Chat, what is going on, chat? We're officially back, and we're about to play, we're about to react to a late anniversary Backrooms theory and series, bro. This, chat, this is gonna be a crazy day, so, I hopefully y'all have a great weekend. Chat, we have to meet our new guest, Hanson, so we know Hanson literally plays with Grounded before, so, you know, say what's up,
Yeah, I
bro.
played with him like I played with the grounded with this kid a lot though. I mean a lot. We haven't finished the game yet though. It's like a while though. You know what I mean?
Basically, chat, we had to react two videos at the same time, so it could be a same long stream, but turns out it's gonna be a crazy discussion, so we're gonna be have to react all of them, so why not? But the thing is that we last year we actually remember a very long time in the high school during like
Oh,
during recess. It was crazy though, like
oh
if y'all
yeah.
never
We used to watch
know.
the back room like yeah, we used to watch the back room during the lunchtime, during break though. Well, I remember that. Remember Ian?
Yeah, I still remember that.
Oh yeah.
Even
With our
for
friend
you,
Omar.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be a crazy day. But hopefully, we're gonna try to like analyze the Backrooms movie, and also we're gonna have to figure out what is going on in the background series. Though, let's just find out what is going on. So, chat, we're gonna react to first video called "Analyzing the Backrooms Movie Promo Trailer," made by Red. So we're gonna have to start up with the reaction. It's gonna be crazy, chat. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I just got in and out right now. I just got some in and out today.
Oh, okay. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
while we watching this thing. Gotta eat something while watching this, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Let me just. It's pretty loud, so. Okay, here we go. Are you still ready, Hanson? Are you still? I
Yeah,
share
go
your screen
start.
already.
Yeah, we could start. I'm ready.
Chat. This is it. First video reaction of Backrooms.
More promo for the upcoming Backrooms movie was released and features some new shots of the movie, teases some interesting things, and ties back to a previously deleted screenshot Kane posted. And I'm going to be talking about them today. A24 released their official promo trailer for Backrooms, and it starts off with Mary in the basement, staring at and slowly approaching the tape marks on the wall. The first few notes of the trailer.
Chat. Is it? And honestly, that is literally makes sense that it was like literally found footage on. What's it called? It was found footage too, right? So
Yeah, I think so.
it started to like remember like it gives something more vibes to it. Like it is some kind of like a has like blue tapes a size of like a entrance. Has like a weird um what's it called, it's like a weird amount of like taking place of dimensions through entire level, so it's kind of crazy though.
Music instantly reminded me of the Sealed Away motif, which is one of my favorite motifs and tracks from Kane, and connects very nicely with the concept of the complex sealing people and memories away. And while that may not be the motif he used here, it definitely evokes that same feeling. We can also see a shot that focuses on all of the wind chimes, which I want all of those for my house, please. But as the shot cuts back to Mary crossing the boundary, we can get a brief glimpse at the wind chimes moving, as if they were pushed by the wind.
I didn't never know. I didn't never know that wind shines move by itself.
I thought you put the wind sign outside though, so when you can move it, right?
No, that's the thing though. It's something that affects the wind shines and like with the the resume sounds,
Mm-hmm.
that next takes place at the dimensions.
Yeah. I
I
guess the
don't
back
think
room has
Clark has
their own
any
window.
AC vents on the ceiling nearby, so it's
Yeah,
very
no
creepy
shot.
to add that particular detail. I'm not too sure if it's a brief callback to the lyric "If the wind is right, you can sail away," which is from the song Sailing by Christopher Cross. I mention this because this is the lyric that was written on one of Peter's sketches, and the theme of sailing, oceans, boats, and wind chimes are all connected to the complex. As Mary crosses the threshold into the complex, we can see a quote about the movie from a reviewer which says the movie is horror stripped to its essentials, with the trademark complex generated letter to accompany the review. We then hear Clark's voiceover say,
"Keep up. It only gets better."
before it cuts to him walking around what looks like a hotel or townhome complex. This place is actually a motel in Vancouver and was investigated by Matthew and Karen on YouTube. Their video, funny enough, is titled Worst Rated Hotel in Vancouver. And the
What?
thumbnail is killing me
Wait, is that
because
actually
the
real?
review said you could experience all
This
of these terrible
can't be
things,
real though.
but
This is
they
the real
still
place.
gave it 2 stars.
Chat, this is actually real though.
Two
Is that
stars is
real?
crazy though. Maybe you could look it up.
No shot. Wait, no shot. Um, wait, what's the name? What's the name of it?
Vancouver. Eddie's.
Vancouver's worst hotel. Why do people say Why do people say has like sexual assault and violence for some reason? What?
I don't know. That's for clickbait, I think.
Yeah, if
Because
it's
they're
like
getting killed twice.
clickbait, then that's not the real case though. But I gotta see this one. What does that even mean? Vancouver. I never know what it means. Oh, this is from the British Columbia, Canada.
Oh, so it's in Canada.
Hotel. It takes place to the Canada. What? Well, I can't find exactly where it takes. Worst hotel. It didn't tell us like what's the name of the hotel though. Worst rated. Yeah, I think this is the one. Let me just start this. Hold on. This might be this one. Honestly, it has to be this one. I saw this. Looks from Reddit for 20 hours ago. Chat.
Oh, someone posted on a backroom subreddit. Okay, so.
What? This is nuts. My friend's mom stayed here for months, and she immediately recognized it from the trailer. We live in van. Wow. Okay. That sounds pretty convenient.
It is. Apparently.
It's kind of weird they say like it is a bad reviews here, like 2 stars.
Um,
Something else that's pretty weird. I don't know. But who knows? Who knows though?
All of these terrible things, but they still gave it 2 stars. Yeah, dude, this hotel is so shifty and unsafe. But the vibes, man. Now, I haven't had a chance to work on my video where I analyze extra movie stills because we moved recently, But this shot is a direct continuation of this movie still of Clark looking into the window of someone's unit. And we can see that the unit belongs to Finn and Lukita's characters, Bobby and Kat. And before you ask, yes, I've seen the reactions to the shot on Twitter, and some of y'all are going X Games mode over Finn. Holy shit. The shot cuts back to Clark knocking on their window and pleading them for the camera. I genuinely love the way Bobby looks at Kat because he looks so confused, and then the way Kat just has the same concerned and confused look she did when she asked Clark, what is this? We need more face acting, because they didn't have to say a damn thing here to convey what they're thinking.
But I'm pretty sure they want to explore the different places.
It then cuts to the mirror shot of Bobby waving and pans to Clark. We can hear Bobby say,
"You still haven't told us what we're doing here, man."
To which Clark says,
"I did tell you. Research."
And if this is what research
not research.
is,
That's just
well, then
exploring,
give me
though.
a camera and
That's
strap me
research
in,
right
'cause I'm
there,
also
no
dumb.
cap.
Anyway, we then see a new shot
That's
of the
totally
complex.
research, bro.
It looks like more equipment was set up here.
It's so interesting. You know, Kane's still using his Blender mode, like Blender app.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
looks well done.
heard-
Still well done, honestly.
Yeah, because I heard using his blender in some of the fan footage are seeing in the movie though. So, but it still look realistic enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's still Kane. You done well yourself. Still the best.
I know
Look at
it.
this.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually remember. This is like still takes place like 1990s, or is it 1990s? If I'm currently guessing, because
I
like
think so. I mean the camera is old though. I think so.
yeah, the guy who using the camcorder that's takes place to
That's a
90s
really
though.
old. Yeah, that's a really old camera. I can tell, bro.
With these containers looking very similar to what Async would have set up around
Oh, I have not mentioned about Async. It's been like 4 years
Oh,
ago, bro.
Oh, NSYNC.
The Insync Corporation. It's like they want to resettling like to explore some places to what they're hiding of. No matter what Async was trying to conflict, it's an institution that they want to like open a doorway to it, to like the threshold, to trying to solve the global housing and storage crisis.
Yeah, so basically, they want to make the back room a giant storage space.
Seems like to
Yeah.
me this takes place in late 1990s.
Yeah, bro.
That could take place though. That would be awesome, bro. If Kane does this from the other footage show, he's literally the best video editor, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like very late. Then, like, all the NSYNC video in the YouTube take place like in the early 90s, though. This would be like later on.
A lot of researchers there. They did done researching, but turns out they gone disappeared.
the complex near the threshold. We also see camera tripods, a long cable, and a foldable
camera
table
tripods
with a tarp.
at the
There's also some
first contract.
weird thing on the ground that, upon closer inspection, is actually a seagull, which then promptly flies away
Bro.
after being approached. This seagull instantly reminded me of the post from the ARG update. But this is also the first instance of an animal in the complex that we've seen. So, is it possible that
Bro,
we may
this
see
is
more
fucking
animalistic
nuts.
versions of life forms or still lives?
Well,
And why does the seagull look like that before it flies away? Because birds don't rest like that. In fact, this is what a seagull looks like when it's sleeping. But this seagull almost looks like it flew into something and fell to the ground afterwards. The shot
Well,
then
it seems
cuts
like
to
it
seagulls
dies
flying around
before.
a parking lot, which, from the ARG update I just mentioned, seems to be the Fremen parking lot where trash mysteriously keeps showing up. The quote from the reviewer here says that the movie is pulse-pounding and beautifully claustrophobic. The shot then cuts to a man waving a bottle around from his cart, which seems to have more stuff strapped into it. I'm not sure if this guy is the one dumping the trash, as mentioned from the bulletin board, or if he's cleaning it up, but I mean, I'm sure we'll find out. We then see the shot of Clark removing the cover from a crawl space to reveal a backpack. Considering his clothes are the same ones as the one from the night he first discovered the complex, it's not possible that this backpack belongs to him. We see as much in the next shot where Clark opens the bag and pulls out an async ID tag. A tag that
Whoa.
belongs to a researcher named Naren Warren and shows a picture
Who's
of
Naren
Avon
Warren?
Jogia. If you're like me and remember that you've seen or heard of the name Naren Warren before, then you may recall this deleted screenshot that Kane posted in the Discord, where it mentions an expedition that consisted of Mark Bloom, Naren Warren, and Ronald McCarthy. We can also see
Mark
that the
sounds
backpack
familiar,
itself
though.
is full of
Why I
different
feel like
kinds
I'm
of
familiar from
tapes
the
and
other
discs.
scene.
One of these is a floppy disk with Beck just barely visible. Additionally, the band on the top of the floppy is also green. Kane thinks he's a real jokester, huh? He thinks it's real funny we all go nuts when we see the color green and Ivan together, huh? But in all seriousness, this is our first
not
mention
playing, bro.
of Ivan Beck in the movie, and the contents of the bag and the way it was found makes me think that Async suffered another Peter Tench situation, but with Naren.
I heard Peter Tench was like, he's gone out of control. He's like, he might be like amnesia. A symptoms is like he don't exactly remember the fact that he went there a different year to another places. I heard you remember what happened 10 Pench? Peter Tench?
Yeah, yeah, the guy who got time jump, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
with his
So
shotgun.
yeah, where would that happen? The same guys who do his research in this space, and they got like jump into different time though.
Yeah,
That's what sucks, bro.
it just takes back to loop to time travel, but it has only something had to do like time period and like something occurs him and dips in and also just comes back where they trying to spawn in. That's actually sounds pretty where it goes from behind.
Mhm.
Only it doesn't seem like he met the same circumstances or meets the same fate. More on that in a bit. The next
Well,
shot
exactly.
is mostly in the
I was
dark,
about to say
but
that.
we can see someone walking through a very cramped and dark hallway with only a little bit of light at the bottom of what looks like a closed door. The reviewer quote here says, mind-bending, which I believe is a very accurate way to describe Kane's work in general. We're also shown the shot of Clark approaching the CCTV camera and the shot that shows the async TV. But there's another reviewer quote overlaid on the TV which reads, an unnerving atmospheric nightmare. There's a reason I'm mentioning all of these quotes in case you were wondering, by the way. This next shot seems to be in a more pool rooms inspired section of the complex. It's lined floor to ceiling with white bathroom tile, but it doesn't look anything like a pool.
Oh, what is this? What is this wog face, bro? Why is that here?
I think the backroom trying to like retempt to create a statue, but it fell horribly. It says just create a face, a mug face. I think he's trying to create a statue. You know what I
But
mean?
why is it here with the wog face though? Is Kane trying to making fun of us or something? He can't be, bro.
No, it's probably trying to make a statue, but it's fell horribly.
Why do I feel like this guy's from a Giga Chad, bro? This guy looks like a Giga Chad.
That face is humongous though, whole damn.
Room or bathroom. For one, there's this section of the wall that's mogging me, and we have displaced tiles on the ground. We also have the villainous League of Super Chairs perched above the camera person, a teeny tiny little pool or gap, sinks and pipes, what looks like windows, and of course, a crawl space. This seems to connect to that area we saw in the first trailer, which shows Clark looking at a wall across the room. The next shot is of Clark hurriedly making his way past the furniture pile while looking behind.
Oh, dude, this is amazing already. The fact that it was so real that nobody ever thought that Kane was trying to King was trying to trick us that this room was real from the footage. Like, look at this. This was well
It is well
done.
though. It is
Which
very well
shows
done.
Clark looking at
Yeah.
a wall across the room. The next shot is
This is so sick. Look at this. Is it actually crazy that it is? If it's they talked about like, oh, it was made of CGI, but it's not. It's made of real world.
It's actually practical. Most of the background is very like real. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
hurriedly making his way
They
past
built
the
whole
furniture
they built a
pile
whole background
while
set
looking
for this
behind
movie.
him before it switches to a shot from the camera. This, however, seems to be in a different room, as the furniture pile here is slightly different and even includes a lamp that was turned on. As the camera pans to the right, we see a crawl space high up on the wall, a couch that was remembered / generated 3 times and slowly
Why is there an
sinking
orange
into the floor,
room?
a slanted crawl space behind that first couch, and a doorway that
These
either
couches
leads
looks
to
like
the
a
room with
stairway.
the Christmas tree and the half-clipped mannequins in the ground, or it leads to the Red Neighborhood / Red City.
Red
think the
City. Oh my god, remember that?
Oh, why? The Red
Good
City
old
looks pretty
time.
cool concept though. I know, right?
Good old
For
times,
part
man.
3,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember that.
Well, part 3 was
This is
like
like
wow. Don't actually remember what the part is. I actually forgot. Do you actually know that, Hanson?
yeah, I know that.
Christmas tree room is more likely, but I mean, a girl could dream, right? We're then shown Mary standing in what looks like a complex generated neighborhood with really high ceilings. To me, this feels like the beginning of a new quote-unquote outdoor neighborhood-esque area, but aside from that, we can see that these buildings look like the same ones from the Nero neighborhood that was shown on TikTok like
I just wonder where that behind scenes come from. And I never know that.
It's, I thought this scene was the same thing as we saw like the ancient scientists weren't trying away from with the monster. Remember that?
Oh
I thought
yeah.
it's the same I thought it was the same neighborhood. Remember?
Maybe. But turns I thought that these like floating lighting that I thought was like some creatures. Like I don't know, like what I never thought that these look like creatures though. Like when I thought those were creatures in the back rooms, then
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kane will never add another monsters than single bacteria. He wouldn't even decide on that one though. Nah.
Yeah.
a year ago. So, with more and more teasers that come out, I'm feeling less and less confident we're seeing the Red Neighborhood or Red City. And while that makes me a bit sad and makes this YouTube short that I did age like milk, I'm really excited to see these other weird locations in the movie. The
Oh, I
neighborhood
love
room
seeing
isn't
other
the only
locations,
thing
man.
I wanted to highlight. No, see, that would
Sure
be the
though.
blood on Mary's face and shirt. She looks to be out of breath, suggesting she was running away
She's
from
covered with the
something,
blood?
likely an entity. Since we see her alone and covered in blood, I'd say this is after Clark gets got by the entity. I also think this shot precedes the shot of her running through the narrow hallway towards the beach mural room. We also see Bobby and Kat presumably right after the events of the trailer, where Bobby encounters this entity and is yelling at Kat and Clark to pull him up.
Pull me up, pull me up, pull me up! What do you see?
So Bobby fans are safe. He doesn't die in this encounter. After this, we see what I can only assume is the continuation of the prior Mary shot, where she finds
that's
the
very
narrow
claustrophobic,
corridor
yo.
and then starts to run through it.
That's super
Hell
narrow.
no. That's fear of small space, bro. That's what it's called.
I know. I do not want to run through that, bro. I did not.
You remember that game that has remember what's it called? Like the game that use a VR that takes place inside like a what's it called? The nutty putty
Oh,
cave?
oh, right. Because in that game, you just explore cave system by crawling through it, right?
Oh, ugh. Might
Oh,
be
that's
the
very claustrophobic.
spiders, bro. Fuck that shit.
Might be, bro.
I love the next shot here because not only does it look like one of the promotional images from the screening premiere, but it also has a quote that says, "It felt like the walls breathed," which
I don't like what that quote says. What if it's the thing is alive? What?
It could be the wall just moving.
The wall
In
is not
some
even made out of
scenes.
human.
Maybe the background moved though. You know what I mean?
I
Different than the
don't.
walls reference. But yeah,
I
still
don't
really cool.
know.
This next shot really trips me out, but it shows Mary and Clark in a room, which has
That
a
sounds
wall
pretty
speaker similar to
uncanny.
the one seen in Found Footage 3 in the still life room, and a fan. But what really freaks me out about this shot is the fact that Mary just looks like she's frozen on the spot. Clark is moving, and so is his shadow, but Mary just doesn't even move an inch. I'm not sure if this is a minor mistake in editing or if this shot
No, I'm pretty sure
implies
they
that a
see
copy of
something.
Mary
The
was
power sheet
created
ended.
when she entered the complex.
That's
Her
why she
hair doesn't
freeze.
move, and
Yeah,
neither
yeah.
do her arms or even her pant legs. It just feels like a statue of Mary was created out of nowhere.
If that is, then Kane's trying to
I
tell
mean,
us that
people.
he is.
I mean, people can freeze though. If it is just a monster, you know what I mean?
Yeah, every
It's
movie
probably the
does
first
that.
time. Yeah, the probably this first time seeing the entity. That's why they got freaked out. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Oh,
We're
he was
not given much time to think about it, however, as we're then bombarded with a bunch of shots. We get a blue screen, a shot of Splendor Sun portraits on the wall as seen from Found Footage 3, an extremely messy section of the complex, which is mostly comprised of piles of clothes, some ceiling tiles, and a hazmat suit that looks partially empty. As of now, we don't know if the suit may or may not have belonged to Naren,
I think Bro
the
got
researcher whose
consumed by
name
itself.
tag we saw in the backpack, but
Bro
it
got
is
cooked,
likely.
bro. He got
We
cooked.
also see a shot of Kat pulling Bobby up while Clark watches. We're then shown a shot where it looks like the camera was dropped on the ground. There's
Kind of like a dirty room. You know what I mean? Dirty rooms.
I know, right?
It was called Dirty Rooms level. But
True.
honestly, I don't know why is this room sideways.
Interesting.
seems to be a puddle of dark and thick liquid on the ground, which might be a small pool of blood. We can also see a hand being pulled off screen as Kat runs away. It's likely here where Bobby meets his tragic end, especially considering what looks like a huge trail of blood on the ground, which seems to lead to
That can't be like him, right? He didn't die like quickly. No,
well,
that's
I mean,
not
he's
true.
fine
more
though. He
blood.
pushed too fast,
This
bro.
also looks like the section of the complex that Bobby was lowered
I don't know,
into, and
Chat
it
will
looks
never
like
know.
Kat is still wearing the same outfit she was when she pulled Bobby up. I'm not sure if they decided to go back here or if
Hopefully
they
Bobby don't
accidentally
die in the
ended up
movie
in
though.
that section again, but
I feel like I don't like
Uh,
people in dying in the
yeah, they
ending
probably
though.
shouldn't have done
I
that.
swear to God, I
we
hate
then see
about
a
that.
shot of what
Mhm.
looks like more of the bathrooms, only we see a light blue door.
Get it? Bathrooms.
Oh, bathroom.
That's a good joke though. I saw on Reddit people says it's
That's a,
called bathrooms.
nah, that's a good pun though. Joke.
I just laughed so much though. That guy commented on Reddit. It was really makes sense and funny. But I get it now.
And the
I look
numbers
like
409
he
next to
cleaned
the
the
door.
pool room.
There also appears to
Oh,
be
yes.
either a mailbox or maybe even a fuse box to the left of the door. We can also see a blue bathtub, hanging plants, light coming in from what looks like a window on the top left, and a bunch of random piping closer to the wall. We don't get to see what's behind this door, as the last shot cuts in and shows Clark beginning to open a white door before we're shown the tape outline on the wall and Backrooms centered within it, ending the trailer. Before we get a bit deeper into the final analysis and speculation, I wanted to at least make a note of what it is the voiceovers are saying, as they seem to do a really good job of displaying the mental decline Clark experiences from exploring the complex. For instance, the first thing we hear is him talking to Dr. Klein, saying,
I found something in the store.
Mary replies,
Okay. What did you find?
and he says,
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Here, he sounds cohesive and composed. He hasn't yet gained that almost obsessive tone in his voice when he talks about the complex. However, once the shot transitions into Mary stepping foot into the complex, you can hear his tone shift as he says,
Keep up. It only gets better.
When we see him talking to Kat and Bobby, it's evident that this is happening earlier in the day, likely the morning. Not only did Clark go to where they live and knock on their window to get them to wake up to ask for their camera, his tone here is insistent, desperate, like he's pleading for their help in navigating and charting the complex.
You got the camera, right? Or you can borrow it again.
He doesn't even seem to share much about what it is he needs their help with. All they know is that he needs their help with quote-unquote research and filming said research. We then hear him say,
All these places and buildings, rooms, misremembering themselves. It's a real mess. But also beautiful, in a way.
his thought process here is so intriguing because the deeper he ventures
He's like so fascinating where he got there in the rooms. Like he's like so amazed. You know what I'm saying, Henson?
I know, right?
He's like, oh my gosh,
Everyone is
I should tell the employees what we found, or tell the U.S. government what we found in the back rooms. Like they were literally legitimately reported it on the news that like they talk about like, the back room is real, like entirely. You
Nah,
know?
nah. He want to keep it for himself. He want to bring his friend, his colleague, into the back room. He want to show them. He want to tour guide them.
But at the same time, if he wants to like keep it a secret of them, then we they might have something to do with it.
I know, right?
within the walls of the
Yes, it
complex,
is.
the less of a grasp he seems to have on his mental state. He sees this place that continues to go on and on and on, but what if he starts to experience what Peter did? We know that prolonged sensory deprivation on people can lead to some very not fun mental experiences. Humans are also social creatures by nature. We don't handle isolation well, whether it's self-inflicted, like Clark willingly entering the complex over and over, or forced, like the shot we see of Clark trying to go back through the null zone he found, only to be met with a solid wall. Peter was only lost in
Null
the
zone.
complex for an hour and a half or so, and he ended up experiencing symptoms akin to those seen in people suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. He believed the complex had created a fake version of Async and the people within it, and even threatened people with a shotgun when he tried to
There it
escape
is.
because
There it
he
is.
was that convinced that Async was looking
It
to
is,
do him
boys.
harm. So what if something similar to that is happening to Clark? Only instead of being afraid of the complex, he actually starts to find the complex more beautiful and comforting to be in than standard. The more he charts it and tries to understand it, the more beauty he finds within the chaos. Of course, it doesn't seem like he ever makes it back out of the complex, but that also feels a bit tragic in a way. Clark was consumed and left inside the very place he found beautiful, becoming a part of it at the very end. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the reviewer quotes and A24's and Kane's choice to add reviews with very specific language. Like, it feels like the walls were breathing. It was an atmospheric nightmare. It's horror stripped to its bare essentials. To me, these are all descriptors of Kane's series overall. The horror is traversing through these novel and almost eldritch corridors, not knowing what's around the corner, knowing that you're going to want to keep pressing on to find an exit, and confronting the realization that you're probably not going to make it out at all. You're left in this weird, almost forgotten and dreamlike place, not knowing if there's an exit or whether you're even alive at all. Some of the language also feels like it connects directly to the types of themes and elements Kane wanted to convey in regards to the complex's behavior, how it acts like a completely independent force that feels alive, how it isn't malicious or good, it simply is. How an environment that, when it comes down to it, is simply an empty room, can end up being so scary to the human mind and detrimental to their mental state, simply because the lack of stimulation is so overwhelming. I genuinely can't wait to see this movie in 2 weeks. Years of discussion, theorizing, late nights reading up on quantum and theoretical physics, all leading up to the continuation of one of my favorite stories from the last 10 years. I hope you're as excited as I am, and if you enjoyed this
Dude.
promo analysis, then I'd love for you to hit that
I am
subscribe
for the movie,
button,
bro.
ring the bell.
Man, this is I really enjoyed in in our last scene, um, it was a what a blast journey that we have discussed throughout the year, throughout the year, Chad. Right? It's so amazing,
I know. I know. We've been waiting for this movie since like high school.
dude. Oh my god, man! Like I'm we're locked in, man. We got fuck locked in, man.
Oh, he finally seen a trio going to movie.
It's amazing
That'd be
that
like
like
the
Kane
ending.
is like still 20 years old. He is at least he's legitimately the best.
I know, right?
Yeah. Oh, like
Oh,
isn't like really obviously that like what Peter Peter Tench was like, thought to share like some, I would say some of the in the meeting, like, I guess, which I'm currently wrong or not. But I really had to say is that there is a tons of lot of theories of it, and also Clark has noticed that Peter had found out that it was meant to be taken different places that in the wrong time. Seemingly that Clark decided to think that who is behind this all the time,
mm-hmm.
What's
I
interesting
get
is
you.
that I saw one of those like that designs of that motion design. Hold on, if I taken it in class, but where is it? It's one of their reviews. The... It's really crazy. This might be it. This one. It's so crazy that if you look at the E, that maybe it replicates to like subliminal messages.
Oh, okay. What does that mean though? Like the E, the symbol on top of the E.
No, like I'll tell
Uh,
you what subliminal messages. If you don't know what that word is, it's like a hidden message that like it's like an Easter egg, or probably is like more like the more
oh,
like not the more like not in the backrooms, but like talking about like it's like a message that like exists below the threshold of consciousness awareness. If that what it means is that if you ever seen like a if you ever seen like the old advertisement posters or movies or commercials, it it tells you the it tells you like about what does it like it shows like a message that feels like is more your brain thinks that it's something is connecting, such as like a logo. You've ever seen like a Amazon logo or a Pepsi logo? It has something to do with like
yeah,
a
yeah.
that it's something to do with like a with the viewers, without the viewers, whether I mean there's a design to influence attitudes and behaviors without the viewers consciousness awareness.
Oh, so okay.
It's like of advertising
Okay.
examples
Like,
for Amazon. It's like meaning that it is like A to Z that mean that makes that has implies that they sell everything.
oh,
Do
okay,
you get
makes
what I'm
sense now.
saying? Like,
Like, yeah, yeah, I get you what you're saying though. He's like, it's Dell, but you don't pay attention, but your brain does somehow. That's basically what it means, right?
um, the Dell. You said Dell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'll give you okay sample though. Like if the FedEx logo, if you see a FedEx logo, the negative space between E and X that looks like an arrow. That meaning that it speeds a direction. It goes like a delivery fast.
Oh, it's like a Easter. Oh, it's like a hidden detail.
Yeah.
If
It's
they
yeah
pay attention to it, right?
yeah. Even the logos,
Oh man, that makes
commercials, movies, TVs does have some of them have the subliminal messages. If you know what I mean.
Uh,
If you want to look it up, then they're
yeah,
pretty simple though. If you understand them.
yeah, I kind of know what you're saying though.
It's kind of interesting though that E is pulling up. It's like it's like no clip it something like that. I don't know.
Hmm.
More like the languages that like to do with the you know, like that being said, it's coming from the other side. We never know what that we never know what that tape is about, but we have to find out about
Also,
why.
there's a VSS tape behind his hand though. We might see that in the movie.
I hope Clark has to find the has a VHS tape on TV.
Yeah, yeah. So it can be another first found footage, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
It's it's probably the last found footage before they die to the back room or the entity. Or we don't
Uh-huh.
know what happened to them.
It's crazy that it's all around though. And the truth and the thing and I see that like that there's a lot of ARGs theories though. That is crazy though. Like if you've never seen it, I never seen this photo before. That it like it's some sort of like a email that someone actually found it.
Hmm. It looks like they're carrying by the seagull being aggressive for some reason.
No, I don't think Seagull is aggressive.
Hmm.
I don't know. But yeah, wow, that was a video right there. Let's just start finding out what the Vancouver. How about we just instead of watching backgrounds, we'll get onto that later. We have to get on to the first one is Vancouver's Great Hotel. Just want to curious if it's like the actual takes place to the movie.
Mm. We'll see why it's a wood hotel. If the reviewer are true or not. If the video is true. It might be the worst hotel ever in
I don't know
Vancouver.
if it's a real hotel or the. Oh my god, there he is.
Staff were curt, but not exactly friendly. Drug user shaken in the parking lot. Shower faucet was constantly dripping. Got woken up by the sound of an animal scratching at the walls. Would never stay here again.
2004 400 Motel.
When car culture was really big.
That hotel looks like a
Since
backroom
then, it has
level.
taken a bit of a
To be honest.
downhill.
Wow.
Kinda does.
The
Kinda
color
does.
is same. Wow, the color is the same and the position of the chairs and tables are different.
Mhm.
Vancouver to stay here, the LA airport on New Year's Eve. And there was also a drug deal that went bad here where the drug dealer actually. So we might get rats. We're going to check, see if the door's been kicked in. We're going to check the shower temperature to see if it is in fact lukewarm. And hopefully we don't get killed or sexually assaulted in the process.
Oh lord.
Does feel kind of spooky anyway. You see where they shot some horror movies. Welcome to my crib. Right, what can we say? It's definitely like going back in time, that's for sure. I do like the property though, it does look cool.
It is kind of back in time that he literally mentions that word.
You can tell it was probably like
Mhm.
nice back in the day when it first opened, but yeah, it's definitely showing its age. Let's see if this fan works. Oh, a bit musky in here. Oh yeah, the fan still works. Look, you only need AC like 2 months a year. To be fair, the TV doesn't look bad.
Holy shit, that TV is really older than my TV, bro. It has
Mhm.
60 hertz and 1080p resolution. Wow.
A little bit more updated. some like
Very
Yeah.
outdated move. The very outdated television right there.
Is it a smart TV?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
Judging from this remote, yeah, it is showing its age. Put it to the test.
They say it's bad though. What's so bad about this? I'm so confused.
Got another
I mean, it looks pretty
layer,
good
another
though.
one. Layers on layers. Oh, we got some hairs there. Look.
Oh hell. Oh.
Nice.
Well, that's
Oh, yeah, it's
fine. No big deal.
little stain there. Look. Still. Oh yeah, some marks on there. Look. I don't know what that is. It's like brown.
That sounds.
Right, this chair has seen better days. I mean, where'd you start? Hopefully you can see. Oh yeah, you can definitely see that on the screen. Just stain upon stain.
Ew.
Peeling paint there.
Okay. Look at that.
Oh, the wall is not material. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Just check the taps. Check that water pressure.
Wow. There's no
It's very good.
protection. This is just
No
hole
blockage.
here. Wow.
Oh, is this a hole though?
Yeah.
It's just a
Hand
hole.
soap.
Oh man. What?
Wet your hand soap. We're gonna be using.
I see why it's good. I always see why it's so bad about this place. I assure I was wrong though.
I said the staff weren't friendly. I thought the check-in was okay. The staff seemed friendly. It seems absolutely fine. Seems fine to me. And then also, but yeah, let's. Yeah. look at this sign. Look. For added protection, please secure. Yeah. Yeah. So this one works. Yeah, just the one. But I mean, I don't think the area.
Why does this thing look like a face? Why does this thing look like a face? Look at this. Why does this thing look like a face? You seeing this, Ensign? I'm not tripping though, right?
Oh, it kind of does though. It does.
It kind of looks like a. It just looks like a face that like. Oh, that's kind of creepy though. Like, that was kind of funny though. But I don't know why does it look like that. That was not
So this one
unexpected.
works. Yeah, just. They cannot make that out, but charge you, break the TV, I guess. I do feel because it is a budget hotel, they probably do have a lot of people here that, I don't know, cause trouble. I don't know how else to put it. But,
How safe do you feel in here?
I mean, it's okay right now, but yeah, in the middle of the night, I'm not so sure. Like, when you look outside and it looks like this, it definitely does look like a horror movie, like Camp Crystal or whatever.
Oh, I think close enough that he said about it's a hot horror. Definitely, it treated some more like, not in treating like the horror. It's sort of like the horror inside like the backwards dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Like someone's gonna come murder you. Windows.
Not really though. That was
It will only open.
not that case.
Oh, it's a maple. Hasn't been kicked in, but he did.
See what I'm saying? That
Well,
thing looks like a
kicked in,
face
I mean,
though.
this-
That reminds me like the what's it called? Pareidolia.
Hmm.
It's like a pareidolia. It's like something that looks like when you see like faces or familiar shapes is some normal stuff. Some
Yeah,
beady
you kind of
eyes
see
and
faces.
mouth. Yeah,
Yeah, you kind of recognize faces on some object.
yeah. It's crazy that I saw these like people think it's like there's a lot of faces around the objects.
This one. So, but I mean, rats. So we're gonna debunk Anne's complaint issue inside the. It's not ideal. And Anne complained about a rat issue inside the room, but we haven't seen any rats, so we're gonna debunk Anne's complaint there. But yeah,
No rats. Look.
it's actually a very nice night.
It was pretty okay. Like, why did they say it's bad? It was pretty. I would say like it was okay. Motel. I would say like 3 stars, and also like Kane wanted to decide to like to use this a set to like to record the actors.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're not gonna be there too long though. We're gonna film like one scene though. You know what I mean?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gotta pick the back, the That place hotel look like a back room, or
Who?
come from the back room.
Yeah, I agree. Someone comment says, "Who's here for Backrooms movie official promo?"
Oh, oh, wait. Oh,
Look at this. Look at this. Hi,
read it.
everyone from Kane's facility.
Read the fourth comment. Read that. That's funny.
For this one?
No,
Uh,
no, I was saying I heard that. I heard all three
Wait,
people
I
were
heard people were
saying
saying there once. Wait. Try keep
we
reading.
get to remember. I was saying we once find a bunch of yellowish room that were seemingly endless, scary, endless.
This
My,
good. Someone says
mm,
this comment has been redacted. This comment says has been redacted by async research facility. It's
rip,
classified.
rip.
It's classified.
Mhm.
I sure this guy is want to disable the classified comments here. Who knows what? All right, Hanson. Here's your requested video of all time. 3 hours, 3 hours long. So could be a stream long. So this
Yo,
might be
trust me,
good
this
though.
video is goated. No, this video is goated. He's winning go, bro. He's goated, bro.
I
He's good.
saw, yeah, I
Let me go.
saw he went there with Kane and literally went there and he like so impressed it.
Nah, bro. He went to a back room, bro. He went to a real back room.
Bro went the backgrounds for like 365 days.
Bro went to a back room for 74 likes.
What? 74?
K. So that's good.
Cooked. Okay, Edson, this is it. Chat, we're about to react. The Backrooms, a frontier of fear, Kane Pixel series, and movie theories and analysis. This was created by Wendigoon. I have watched Wendigoon most of the videos about icebergs. So let's see if this video is good. So shall we? Here we go.
If you're not careful and you no clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms.
That's the quote. That's a quote from the 4chan. Remember that? That's from quote.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And
This
that started a whole back room trend.
that's where it
That
starts.
started the whole back room.
That's where the fans finds out. One person knows that this is the real Backrooms instead.
Where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure
Yes,
as hell is
though I still remember this, man. Let's go.
This post was made in reply to this image on 4chan's paranormal board on May 12th of 2019. This concept of no clipping or falling out of reality into some in-between place stuck with a lot of people. What would you do if you fell into a seemingly infinite maze of yellow walls hidden in the border beyond reality? This idea was so interesting that several online creators began to take their stab at it. The concept of the Backrooms has been adapted in a ton of places. From YouTube movies to video games to an entire wiki page that's elaborated on the lore and added levels and different creatures. A lot has been done with this concept, but there's one series that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And that, of course, is Kane Pixel's adaptation. Kane Pixels, when he was only 15 years old, used 3D assets created in Blender and eventually live-action segments to tell a narrative within the setting of the Backrooms. And while Kane began with this image and this post like everyone else before him, the series quickly became its own thing. Stories of scientific experiments, corporate conspiracy, complex ecosystems, and violent life within the halls of the Backrooms itself, all within the setting of humanity's attempt to understand a cosmic nightmare. I covered Kane's series over 3 years ago now, and if you can't
You said 3 years of even working on a series? What? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Damn. 3 years of
Wendigo.
making this movie, well, sure.
Wendigo. There's no way he actually did that.
All by like, the merch and the merch.
There it is. Yeah, Hanson, I still have my
Now there's
merch
no.
on. I still have merch on in my closet.
I know. I saw you wearing it at Disneyland on your story though. On your
Yeah, yeah,
post.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm still thinking about like I love that merchandise, but unfortunately, I don't know why that they like closed their merchandise because of due to like I don't know, like during the making a Backrooms movie, so maybe Kane has to start canceling it. So he will come back at their
Yeah.
merch though, shall we? I guess we'll about to find out.
How
But
much you
yet,
pay for the instant hoodie though? How much you pay for that back then?
oh shit,
It's
man,
like
I
30 bucks.
I fucking forgot about that. Probably like under like $30 ish.
That's a pretty reasonable price though. I mean, it isn't overpriced though. It's reasonable.
I think I bought this for like 2 years ago or three.
Dang, that's been a while.
and stuff. I'm a pretty
That's
big
like high
fan.
school
Not
years.
only that, but since that
God,
video came
yeah,
out, Kane and I
right.
have become friends, and it's been really
Real.
cool to watch the series grow while he grows as a creator. So you can imagine how elated I was when it was announced that Kane Pixels would be making a movie within his Backrooms universe with A24. Kane, at 19 years old, is the youngest director in the studio's history and is setting up to have one of their greatest hits. And Kane was kind enough when they were shooting the film to invite me, my wife, and my editor to come see the set. And I can't talk about
They're
a lot of
lucky,
the
bro.
specifics.
W
I would
group,
imagine
bro. W
A24 is
group.
pretty hush-hush about
I ain't
it.
gonna lie,
But I will
they're
say
so lucky, man.
we are in for something. I'm so excited for this movie, and I'm sure you are too. But first things
Oh my
first,
gosh.
the YouTube series. Since my last video was over 3 years ago, there's a lot of uploads I haven't covered yet.
Wow, whoa. Quite never seen this before for like
So,
views and likes.
here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give a brief recap of
Damn,
everything I
that's a
covered
lot
in
of
that
likes back
first
then.
video in case you
For a
haven't seen
back room
it.
though.
But judging by the views on that video, a lot of you have, which thank you. That means a lot. Then we're going to talk about a timeline, my theories with the series itself, and then we're going to look at what we know about the movie and see how it ties in, as well as theorize about potential themes or plot lines for the film and the YouTube series moving forward. Then, probably a month after the film comes out, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film and how it ties into the web series. So you can think of this video as a way to get you up to speed and theorize about the series so far and where it's going. Something that I truly believe is one of the coolest and scariest things I've ever seen out of YouTube. So with that,
I just
hello
hope
everybody.
it's good though.
Today we're going to be talking about Kane Pixels
It
Backrooms.
will be good.
I'm so excited to make this video, and I'm so excited to see how far Kane has come. In that last video, we were talking about how crazy it was that someone this young created a series this cool, and now we're talking about how crazy it is that a director this young is making a movie this cool. There's a lot to get into, as you can probably tell by the timestamp. In addition to a regular look at the plot-by-plot beats of the series, I want to talk about some of the themes and the hidden characters and Kane's other channel and stuff like that. This series is truly something special, and it's not every day that you get film quality content for free on YouTube. So, before you watch this video, if you haven't already, Kane's channel will be linked in the description. Please check it out for yourself. I love talking about it. I think it's fun to watch videos talking about it, but nothing beats experiencing it for the first time the way it was intended. I should also add that despite being on set for a day and talking to Kane about the film, Kane hates me and thinks it's funny to see me suffer, so he hasn't told me anything about the movie. I mean, obviously I was there and I saw some things that I can make inferences off of, but anytime I asked him for specifics, he just didn't answer. So when I'm theorizing, it's not like I have some hidden insight or am dropping clues for you to figure out. I'm guessing as well. Kane's the kind of guy who would only speak in riddles if he could. I also got to interview Kane for several hours while we were on set, but the footage of that.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me share my link on Backrooms group for y'all. Just a second. I just wondering like if my friends will want to watch my stream.
Sure.
Check out my stream. My Backrooms streams. just for two of them, not you do, because you seen it already. So I'm pretty sure you were there, and hopefully I'm pretty sure my friends will come there as well to see what they think about it. You know?
Yep. Oh, that probably the big fan of Backroom, right? Big
Yeah,
fan.
yeah.
Is on set, and A24 will execute me if I show that to you before the film comes out. So for now, you're just going to hear audio from that interview, and then in the second video after the movie comes out, you can see the whole thing. This is a series I've been into for a long time, and I'm so excited to talk about it and theorize about it with you all. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about Kane Pixel's Backrooms, both the web series and now the movie. And something else that can be really scary is taking care of yourself. I mean, there seems to be so many different steps and products on the market, it's hard to know where to start. But now, you can start somewhere easy thanks to today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is your daily dose of things like multivitamins, multi-minerals, pre and probiotics, all in one easy drink. And by easy, I really do mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water.
Yeah, the focus. No sponsor for you. We're gonna watch the whole thing.
Nah, we ain't gonna watch the ad, bro. Nah, I just skip those.
Thank you, but we're good now.
Get into it. But as always,
We go game.
thank you for watching. So to get caught up, let's look at an abbreviated summary of everything I covered in my first Backrooms video. The first video, found footage, features some...
Oh man, we're gonna start off this old classic times, man. It was released January 7, bro.
2002, that was 2 million likes. That's crazy for him.
Look at this. Look at this. The crazy is that this was 76 million views, and also this was released like 6 years ago. Like Kane is like
That's crazy.
is the only first guy that ever make a found footage of Backrooms. Legitimately no way that this was like that people want to recreate this as like other Backrooms fan video and other questionable videos. If you know what I mean, Henson. If you know, you know. Like other videos are like probably think it's pretty bad, and also things are pretty more like brain rot. You know, like
I
those
mean, there's
people.
some good Backroom video, kind of like King Pistol. There's some.
I would say yeah, some of them are good. There's like tons of them, but I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, but most of Brain Rot Backroom video, or just the one that talks about just levels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
There's like a real reason that when we first watched this, like January 7th. So also I'll talk about this, why I seen this before. I'll tell you this why I seen this on YouTube. I click on a video that the thumbnail looks more like a creature, a black figure creature, which it's not like the bad thing, but this is the thing I seen so far a very long time. After I click the video and I see some static VHS tape was like made in 1996. I saw this when I was bored. I got in school. When I got off my school, I went there and checked out the video of what I'm seeing, what I'm watching right now. When I react all the videos, I stumble across that his video is very peak and interesting. So is that like it has like when I watched this, it was like what's it called, like 500,000 views. Like if this how's this even so good? Like this video was like amazed me. Like, you know, Hanson, this is like genuinely amazing, bro. That's where I showed you a video of a reaction of group together, and, and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool video. You gonna you gonna add something to it?
No, it's pretty cool story though.
But like, any thoughts about like what I showed you in the first place?
That's pretty good though. I mean, I think I saw this video when I'm watching it on my own though. It's scary when I watched it the first time though. We once you do the
Oh,
sound design when the monster stream though,
yeah,
it sounds so uncanny though. I'm not gonna lie though.
for sure it is candy. It is kind of a big thing that he is the greatest Backrooms creator, and I'm really happy that for him that he reached 2 million likes, seemingly
You
like
know
on
why? You
YouTube
know why
Shorts.
people copy King Pistol style? Mostly due to monster sounds and sound effects though. How good it is in the video. After that, after this video was released, people try to copy it, make their own version. You know what I mean? That's how
Yep,
good it is.
yep. That's their inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
They usually they use every time I hear the bacteria roaring original sound, they completely cropped it out of audio and put it in the video games and videos that seems to like sounds pretty priceless, bro. Like they use that a lot, bro. Like
And that's how good it is. That's how good this audio effects is.
definitely, bro, definitely. So
with the
good.
camera falling into the back rooms. According to the clapboard we see, this person's name is Kane. Not to be confused with Kane who made this series, although he might have died in the back rooms. How would we know? He stumbles into the yellow halls and fluorescent lights that will become familiar to us as the series goes on, eventually coming across remnants of people who have been there before him. Things like clothes piled in a large room, or menacing writing on a wall that shows closed eyes and a window, along with writing like "Don't move, stay still" and "God closed his eyes." It's here that the cameraman encounters some kind of life form. The life form chases the cameraman until he comes to a large drop-off, at which point the life form attacks our cameraman and he drops the camera, which then seemingly falls back into reality, landing, as the description said, in 1996. The clapperboard at the beginning said that this footage was recorded, or at least started its recording, in 1991, meaning either when the cameraman went into the back rooms or when
Whoa.
the camera fell out, it jumped 5 years. Our next video, the third test, dated in
Jumped out 5 years.
1988,
Wow.
shows a company who we'll come to know as Async attempting to activate a portal. This is the third test of their magnetic distortion device. Nonetheless, it is unsuccessful for now. Well, our next video, First Contact, shows the experiment's first success, as during their sixth test of this device on October 17th of 1989, the portal works, opening a consistent doorway into the backrooms, or as Async refers to it, the complex, meaning the organization's excursions into the backrooms can begin. However, this in combination with unlisted videos we can find on the channel show us that at the same time, earthquakes occurred around Southern California, a place that we will come to find Async is located. So while they managed to open a doorway, it came at great cost to the people around them. This is especially true in the next video, Missing Persons. In Missing Persons, we see several missing persons posters, as after the events of First Contact in late 1989 and 1990, people began to go missing. This is seemingly because when Async caused a rift between our reality and the complex seems to have become less stable and more people are beginning to fall in, just like Kane did in found footage. In February of 1990, some of the first Async agents who investigate the complex come across the body of an individual who seemingly fell into the backrooms. Oddly, his body seems partially consumed and surrounded by a strange growth or rot. There are some nuances in these uploads I've already covered that I'm not touching on right now, like, for example, at the end of Missing Persons, there's text on screen that says, "If anyone, blame him." And I talked about that a lot in my first Backrooms video, and we're going to incorporate it into the analysis later in this video. But just know that throughout these, there's sprinkling of information that implies some actor behind the scene or some greater plan at work. Our next video, informational video, dated to February 29th, 1990, which is odd because there was no February 29th in 1990. It wasn't a leap year, so it went from February 28th to March 1st, so don't know what that's about. But it begins with what seems to be one of Async's typical excursions into the complex. We can even see structures they've begun to build, like on the other side of the threshold in the complex itself, they've built an operating station, and they have lines ran through the complex to keep track of where they've been. Well, during informational video, our cameraman strays away from the group after he hears what seems to be a crowd of people speaking. Despite this noise, all he finds is a blank room, but when he turns back to the rest of his team, there's a flash, and they're gone. Not only are they gone, but the line they were following is completely gone as well. Our cameraman comes across some...
That could be the no zone. You know, it could be a no zone when I'm thinking of.
Could be though.
Like a no zone is actually more like a when something occurs to that what you hear at the background was more like a people start talking and then it disappears. Like it was flashed away for some reason. I don't know why, but we'll have to check this out soon enough.
strange sightings, like these black pieces on the ground that could be burnt clothes or charred remains. He comes across weird wallpaper that seems stretched in some areas, a wheelbarrow, or what seems to be the flat image of the side of a house. He gets back to the operating station in the complex and finds it's manned by no one. And when he speaks, alarms begin.
And yes, this is like things and people from the world takes place that fall through the ground into the backgrounds. To do so more like the no zones.
Mm-hmm.
Begin to sound. We don't know what's going on here yet, but we will later. Our next video autopsy report occurs right after the events of the previous video missing persons, and this is an autopsy of the body that was found in the complex. It's found that the body is consumed by Hay bacillus, an otherwise unremarkable bacteria in our world, but in the complex it seems to have mutated, engulfing the body and preventing some parts from decaying, while other parts show advanced states of decay. The medical examiner doesn't seem to have an explanation for this, and then refers to someone listening as Ivan Beck, a name that will become more and more important as the series goes on. Our next video, Motion Detected, occurs on March 5th of 1990. Just on the other side of the threshold or portal that Async has created, researchers are setting up cameras to monitor the space. Alarmingly, while the room is unmanned, they pick up this image. An image of what appears to be either flailing black legs or tendrils of some kind.
I just never know that it looks like a bunny ears, but something more
we saw in
something more like
unsettling
1991
creature. The camera recovered in 1996. Since this is in 1990, it seems that up until this point, Async didn't know there were other creatures in there. So this is likely the first sign they've had that they're not alone. The next video, Proto...
It is some sort of like secondly life form. It was like really incompleted. Somewhere like it was born. And I'm guessing it looks like it is a young life form, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that thing looks like it doesn't have arms though. Not a face though.
I don't know what the fuck am I watching though. Like that face looks like the like hands, arms sticking to it. Like it's so it's so unsettling.
Yeah, bro.
Type shows us footage from May 10th of 1982, over 7 years before Async would successfully open the threshold into the complex. Here we see their early attempts at this technology, as at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, they were experimenting with sending things into the complex. Now, it's unlikely at this time that Async knew where these things were going, if Async was even formed at this point, but whoever was performing these experiments, the only credit we get is the supervisor Philip R. Heyman. Philip may have thought they were simply teleporting things, maybe to a different location in our reality, and little did they know that they were likely sending things into the complex. Pitfalls occurs on May 6th of 1990, so a couple months ahead of the other excursions we've seen Async perform in the complex. It begins as a typical excursion until they come across a room covered in a series of deep pits. While walking across the pits, our cameraman trips into one of the holes. Simultaneous to this, another researcher continues across the structure, making it to a door on the far side. We don't see what's on the other side of the door.
It's the green room.
They begin to yell for a camera, asking them to get the footage quickly, despite having one of their people fall into the hole moments before. Whatever's on the other side of this door must be important. Our cameraman, who we'll later learn is named Marvin, hears what sounds like someone calling.
That's my favorite character, Marvin, too, because I think Marvin is the main protagonist character. Do you think he's the main protagonist?
Yeah, you can mostly use forces on him though. Mostly in the series though.
I'm for sure that he is gonna be. I don't know. We never think that Marvin will be in it, but we never know. But fortunately, we
Well,
never seen him ever again.
well, we don't know if he did or not, so we have to see in the movie though.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him
Out to
not being
him.
in
He
the
investigates and comes
appearances.
across a structure unlike any async has seen. While exploring the complex and coming through a tunnel, he seems to step out onto a red-lit suburban street, complete with houses, trees, and a dark sky. He steps into the house he hears someone calling from, only to find a blue room with reversed road signs. Walking down a hallway leads him to a room where it seems someone had been living for some time. A chair, sleeping bag, and backpack on the floor. The walls in this room seem more decayed than the rest. A pile of numbers on the ground seem to be taken off of the other houses from the street. Following the sound, Marvin sees that it is not
Sees
someone
another
calling
life
for
form
help,
entity.
but instead
Yep.
the same life form or same kind of life form
I look at
that
the
we
way
saw
that
in
they
the
move
original
though.
found
The heck is
footage. A massive creature composed of thin stilts. It begins to charge at Marvin,
looks like
who
a
panics
six-figure
and runs
movie
away,
though.
making his
To be
way back
honest.
to the hole that he
Yep.
fell through, where he is then rescued by the rest of his team. Pitfalls makes Async and us, the viewer, ask a lot of questions. Just when we were wrapping our heads around things like the backrooms being composed of these office spaces, of yellow wallpaper and fluorescent lights, suddenly it can now mimic a neighborhood? And this makeshift camp we saw, was that another victim who just fell into the space, or was this someone who was prepared, hence the backpack and sleeping bag? And why was the life form seemingly mimicking human speech, calling out, hoping someone would come to it? Our next video report occurs shortly thereafter, as on May 6th of 1990, Async reviews the footage that was taken by Marvin in Pitfalls. From their reaction, it seems they weren't aware these creatures can exist in the complex either. So they board up the entryway to the complex and for the time being, halt exploration. Our next video presentation occurs only a couple of days later on May 8th of 1990. It begins with the video presentation that Async has prepared for the Department of Energy.
This is such a. It's will it be a bad idea to make a department and make like a facility like more storage room like that. That sounds pretty a bad idea to work there.
Yeah, think about the
It
time
seems
shift.
Async is attempting to
Think about
provide
living
reason
there with
for
a
their
monster or
endeavors
nah,
and
bro.
future funding.
Well, if the
Obviously,
monsters
discovery
lives
of
in
the
there,
complex
then they're
would give
officially
way to
cooked,
great
though.
scientific interest.
Oh,
But to get
well.
government interest, Async is marketing the complex.
They call a space they actually made a logo by a client. So the client was thinking, oh, it's pretty good. So they'll take that back and give it a handshake and start a new storage room to make it like more like a office or development area to they included a transparent, so not go at you.
Complex as a space for storage and housing, which is one
There
of
we
the
go. I knew it.
funniest details of the series to me, that Async has found this superstructure that's theoretically endless, and they have no idea where it came from.
They have no idea that they don't even care about that monster where they saw. Did they never know that what the Marvin saw and did Marvin talk about there's a monster in there? What?
Nah, they want to make it. They want to make an infinite warehouse, basically. That's it. An infinite Amazon warehouse. They could put all this stuff in there. Nah, crazy, right?
It's so weird. Chat, it's so
Yeah.
weird that that's not how they're expecting to do the housing department or so.
And now they need to get
Yeah,
government
but
dollars.
they want to
So,
make it a
hey,
Home
what if
Depot
we took a
from
bunch
that
of
place.
people and stuff and we just put it in there? No, we don't know what it is or where it came from or anything about it yet. And there might be things in there that wouldn't kill us. But hear me out. Free housing. No, not free to them. That would be absurd. Free to us because we don't have to build it. Async even provides models for residential areas, transportation, commercial spaces. But in the midst of the Department of Energy's visit, something happens. Alarms begin to blare, and in the entryway to the complex, the yellow-suited async researcher from Informational Video is standing in the threshold.
It is actually interesting that we saw this before, then we realized that he was back in time. And that's why they think that one person who was missing, it was him. Right there.
It was him all along.
That's when they find out that who is alerting the system in the house in the station. So that's the guy that they found him, and I wonder if they released him, if they released him, they should tell him who are you, who who is he, and it's like they want to bring him back, and they want to know that they want to know what he saw, And I wanted to know that if what he thinks about this place, That why is
Mm-hmm.
it why is it that he thinks that why where's everyone at? So he thinks that like someone's been breaking in or something like that. It might be they think that it could be an intruder or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Suited async researcher from informational video is standing in the threshold. This is the same researcher whose camera we were following in informational video. And in that footage, we saw that for that researcher, he couldn't have been gone more than a couple hours. But given the dates, he's been gone over 2 months. The rest of his team must have
2
assumed that
months.
he became lost in the complex.
Okay.
While to him, he simply got separated.
It was a
and then
long
found his way
month,
back to
but
the front
okay.
door. We knew that time jumps were possible because of the camera from found footage, but we didn't know they were possible while you were standing in the complex itself and while the threshold was open. And in an unlisted video posted to a different channel called Laura Harris that we can find by looking in the description for presentation, we see an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1991 that is interrupted by a commercial from the year 2000 before going back to The Simpsons broadcast. I'm assuming they don't get cable in the back rooms, so that would mean that there's time distortions happening for other people in our reality, most likely because of the pokes async is making into the complex's structure. So while for now we've only seen the complex do weird time jumps for people that interact with them, seemingly it's bleeding out to the rest of the world. That's a basic recap of, again, everything I covered in the first video, and again, there's a lot of nuance I didn't mention here. Further mentions to Ivan Beck or secret messages we see or things we only see a quick glimpse of. But this was just to make sure we're all caught up to speed before I dive into the new episodes. So with that out of the way, let's dive into the new stuff we have, beginning with Found Footage 2. The description for Found Footage 2 says it was recorded on...
This is the one thing I mentioned. This is the thing that they firstly did that with the tape. That constantly think that it was been spotted. That they have there was legitimately there is a no clip space.
August 19th of
No.
1995. Now,
Imagine
aside from the
if I threw
camera
that.
from Found...
Imagine. By accident.
Yep. When we're cooked. What if there's a small space that
would-
I don't think that we could fit in there? I mean, that's pretty good, but turns out it is. They want to find out why is it here. They say that they want to like to get solve this as the case.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that like there are there is kind of people they are afraid of not to enter, like if I were you, then we're not actually doing that as well. Like this is like not as a death sentences. I would generally say like probably like more like a trap.
Yeah, it is a very bad job. If you fall into that, you cook, bro. You stuck there forever, basically.
Footage 1 being recovered in 1996, this is the furthest forward event we have on the timeline. It's important to keep in mind here that everything we know about async up until this point ends in 1990, and what we're about to view as a complex 5 years after their meddling. It won't be super important for now, but it'll matter for the end analysis. Found Footage 2 opens in our reality, as a girl who is not named is recording a weird thing she's found.
That's the
To
tape
say
from the
least.
trailer.
She's placed blue tape around the ground of what we can identify as a null zone. It's a term async uses to describe places in the complex that seem to have a connection to a place in our reality, or in other words, one of these bridges where people can fall through.
Imagine
While the
no
girls
one's
on
don't
found
happen
footage,
in
Jade
our
found
bed
one of
though.
these and has been
Imagine.
experimenting with it.
Yeah,
She has
that
the
happened
area taped off
before
on the
and
floor in
after.
blue tape, and she records as she pours wood
We should
chips
no
onto
clip
the floor
when we
and
sleeping.
seemingly
That's crazy,
disappear.
bro.
She does the same with a baseball before she takes a tape measure to try to see how far down this space goes. And I know it's just a small thing comparatively, but I don't want my analytical nature with this video to pull away from how breathtaking some of Kane's visuals are. I think one of the most striking things that sticks out to people when they first see Kane's work is the authenticity of it. I mean, he makes the majority of these scenes in Blender, but he does them with such dedication to the camera's movement and the space around them, and then hiding anything that needs to be hidden with the old school analog VHS filter, that regardless of how many times you see it, it's hard to believe it's not real. And here, where he has a real space with real actors, it's hard to believe some of the effects he manages to pull off. Like as the girl begins to push the ruler through the floor, and it just disappears. However, as she does this, the tape measure begins to vibrate, and she, as well as the camera, is pulled in. She drops to the floor of the backrooms along with all of the other things that she has dropped in her experiments. She falls into the backrooms completely unaware of where she has just placed herself, just like our cameraman from the first found footage. Confused and scared, as one would be, she begins to make her way through the complex. Something I don't think I emphasized enough in my first video, but seems to be more pressing now, is how some of the spaces that appear in the complex seem reminiscent. Like for example, one room the girl comes to seems similar to the rest of the back rooms, but slightly different. The walls are basic beige. The rectangular lights of the rest of the complex have been swapped for circular ones. There's a power outlet on the wall, a corner that seems to be a kitchen countertop, and a hood for a stove that isn't there. She goes to the next room over and turns on a light to see what is reminiscent of a kitchen table, but the chairs and table
I would definitely
itself
sit
are
that
far
chair
too
though.
tall. The
Me and you.
proportions don't make sense.
And my
The
bros.
space itself is still very alien, but there's something familiar about it. Having a table with chairs next to the
Uncanny
room where you
Chill,
would have a
will
kitchen
be.
countertop and place a stove should go. But the similarities in there. Other than that, the room is bare. But given other structures we've seen in the complex, like road signs and trees and houses, there seems to be an order here that's reminiscent of something human. She continues and comes across a very large space, dominated by a large column and a couch. The floor in the middle of the room seems to be sunken, but other than that, again, the room is bare. Of course, she's shocked by these findings. Even if she thinks that the structure itself could be natural, this is far too large and too odd for anything that could be beneath the basement of her house. However, things change when she comes to the next room.
Would have been
populated by a
someone's
door
house though,
and a large hole in
basically.
the floor.
Well, there's someone's
Mm.
who been there and literally took the furnitures out and appliances out, and somehow it is someone who is living there as well.
The hole in the floor looks like it was broken away with steel supports jutting out on either side. She peers through the keyhole of the door and sees that the space changes, turns into white walls and wooden floors leading up to a staircase.
This just like looks like the hallway that mainly that came from um that found footage one. The when Kane find out there's like a white room and you see there's a you show me the photo that where the girl been spotted at the
Oh,
hotel backrooms, like what's it called, like the in London.
yeah, in London. Let's remember that though.
With more
Don't
doors
get a
adorning
hotel
them.
hallway
She
though.
continues in the other direction and comes across more of the
But I'm
same.
pretty sure this
Same
definitely
walls with the same lights and hallways that seemingly
takes
lead to
and
nothing.
connected
Just more maze. She
connected
comes
to
one hallway that
the white
seems to
hallway
ascend. However, it ascends in a
behind
way that doesn't
behind
make
the
sense.
hotel
It's
room.
almost like a position stairs
Mm-hmm.
should be in, but instead it's just a hallway pointed up. She presses through until she comes across a very large space, something that would seem at home inside of a large hospital or shopping mall. But again, aside from the structure itself, everything is naked. Tiles from the ceiling have fallen to the floor. What lights there are illuminate a black rot or mold that seems to be growing around the brim of everything. Whatever space this was, it seems to be decaying. It's also worth pointing out that the rot or mold here seems very similar to the rot that was around the body in Missing Persons. Perhaps this mutated bacteria is finding a home on the walls throughout the complex. She comes to one room where it seems the space above her is lit in a green hue. And then she turns the corner to find something out of place. A car crashed into the wall. Now, this is the first sign of life she's seen so far. And it not only seems strange that someone would have a car in the complex, but also just run it into the wall for no reason. Well, this leads back to another unlisted video on Kane's channel. In an unlisted video whose title seems to be a series of random numbers, which it's not random numbers, but I'll talk about what the numbers are later.
Those aren't the numbers. Maybe there's some decoded numbers.
It could be though.
Maybe translate to something like a name. I didn't never know that all this time that it's not even about the numbers. It's about the decoded, like a Morse code.
Pretend they're random for now. We see footage from along a highway where it seems a car fell through a null zone.
Interesting though. that's a good pause right there. But it's pretty crazy that like null zone like spawns like randomly. That every objects or cars no clip it though, which I already like talked about like last year ago in the high school. That I totally forgot what I said, but I also said that like there is something more to do with the no zone as well. That's a big key right there.
Definitely, bro.
Now, this unlisted video was posted before found footage 2. At the time, we didn't know what that meant, but it seems here we find what happened to that car. Someone was driving on the highway when suddenly their car fell and they were in the back rooms. Of course, the car was going 80 miles an hour, so there was no time for them to realize what was happening and stop before they steered straight into the wall. For one, this is a terrifying reality. You're on your way home from work one day,
and you get no clip it though. It is the worst part. It's a worst case scenario. If you're driving a car, then you see yourself that it's like a matrix. Like you push it down and like driving down and crash into like some place that nowhere to be found. That's like a death sentence right there. That's a death sentences.
Yeah, you're most likely gonna die for a car crash from an
and
impact.
then suddenly you're in the complex
So,
and you're
For
now
sure.
in an
When
80 mile
we're
an hour
here.
car crash. But it also changes our understanding of null zones, because up until this point, we've just assumed that null zones are spaces that could be used as gateways if one understands them. But if that were the case on a busy highway, then you would have hundreds of cars falling through every day. So there are some null zones that can appear just as quickly as they disappear. More speculation for later, but for now, the girl with the camera investigates the car. As she comes up to the car, it seems that the wreck is old. At one point after the crash, there was a fire. The ground around the car scorched, and the car itself long since destroyed. However, considering there's no one in the car and the handprints nearby, it seems whoever was in the wreck managed to crawl out. They found their way out of the car and entered a nearby room. Following their tracks, the girl steps in, and once again we see a space that feels reminiscent. Soft lights and blue walls, wooden floors, and a banister separating a slightly higher elevated ground from one beneath it with a door. It feels like this could be the inside of a house. And as a matter of fact, it is the inside of a house. Kane's house. During one of my live streams with Kane, he said that this is the floor plan of his childhood home.
This is where I grew up.
This is the house you grew up in?
Yeah.
Was that your bedroom over here, the infected one?
Yeah, this is how it looked.
Well, I mean, is this like in the blueprint? Is this actually the room you grew up in?
This is me.
That's you over in the corner?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's more.
No, this is, yeah, this room.
So that explains why the space makes sense. I mean, in the real world, it is a house that people live in.
That's literally Kane's
so why
room.
Is it here? I mean, if the complex is just randomly
I know,
putting
right?
walls and spaces, why do so many of them make sense? Or alternatively, why do some of them try to make sense? She continues through, following the marks of the car crash victim, eventually leading her to a dark room within this makeshift house. She turns a light on her camera, which bathes the room in a green glow, and comes to a room that seems infested with rot. Black vines cling to the ceilings and hang down in these great shapes. If what we saw in Missing Persons stands true, and when people die, this bacteria grows around them, then here we can assume that the victim of this car wreck crawled into this room and then succumbed to their injuries. And in their death, this growth found them, growing around.
This is kind of
them and sealing the
disturbing,
room
bro.
in this
Like,
black rot. While looking around this room, her eye is caught by a picture hanging on the wall. This picture is a painting by George Brim, specifically the cover he did for Women's Home Companion in September of 1916. However, this image has seen a lot of proliferation in homes as just being a classic Americana piece of art. The significance of it to the space doesn't seem that important. However, it's strange that it's even here. I mean, everything we've seen up until this point is bare. It's just the bones of the structure, none of the details. So then why would this painting be here, now covered in the same growth that covers everything else? Well, before she has time to ask that, this happens.
What was that? Whoa, what the fuck? What?
I would definitely run away at that fucking bacteria, bro. Like, legitimately, I would stand there, like there's a freaking life form. I would run for my life as hell.
Yeah, this is what the girl doing. She's running fast as you can, bro.
What would you do, like, if that bacteria saws you, like, legitimately?
Of course I would start running, though. I wouldn't want to get caught by anything, bro.
Or get the
It's
get
possible.
get the options. Get the options one. Get the gun on it.
If you can bring a gun to the back room, though.
The shotgun will be more effective. No cap.
True. True gang.
This is really scary. I'm actually shocked. Like, I was like, when I first saw this, I was at home. I felt like I got goosebumps, and my hair, all my arms, hair is like goes up. That's what it feels like, goosebumps. That makes
Same
me
here,
more
bro.
scared more, bro. You know?
No, I'm mostly scared about the sound design, bro, because how good it is.
Yeah, and the
It
sounds
sounds
and
like an animal.
it kind of does, but it's like it was like a little bit more roaring and mimicking, kind of, or a human though.
No,
Uh,
it like some human sound, yeah, I have something.
I don't recall an animal sound. I would say a human voice.
One of the life forms that chased the cameraman in the first found footage springs to life from the growth. It mimics a human scream as it follows her out of the house and into the rest of the complex. At one point, she peeks her camera around the corner to see it standing right there.
We never know the guy who
She
it
runs,
was.
and as she does, the green
Or
flashing she saw
gal.
hints
Oh,
of
that's a
earlier
that's a
grows
big one
larger.
today, bro.
She runs and runs back the way she came, the thing screaming right on her tail. With no other option, she goes in the direction of what she hasn't explored yet, the hole in the floor. She drops through to a tiled room lit by a lamp
That was
on the
the
floor.
slowest drop I've ever seen. I have no idea if that was an actual drop or could be she climbed down. Wouldn't say that.
She
I think
drops
I
through
think
to
she's
a
trying to avoid that spiky metal thing.
Oh, yeah,
which
that's
hasn't
yeah,
explored
that
yet.
thing is freaking dangerous though. Like that thing looks more like made out of metal.
The hole in the floor.
Yeah, that's why
She
you want to be careful when you're dropping that down.
She was like gently drops on the floor, didn't jump down. If it jumped down in real life, that's a horrible way to jump down at the spot.
Through to a tiled room lit by a lamp on the floor. One of the walls is busted through, and she follows, stepping down into
Like, it's so awful to get hurt on.
another tiled area. Again, this one being lit
Yeah,
by
if
a
you
bright
bleed out,
green.
the monster
The
can
thing
smell
still
you, so
behind
you're
her,
gonna
she
cook though.
Yeah.
keeps running. She comes to one space that again feels reminiscent of something human.
Definitely the smallest pool ones, but definitely not big as is.
An indoor pool. I mean, the tiles are there, the water's there, and the silver
Not exactly like a
handles are
pool
there,
rooms.
but none of them are shaped right. The handlebars lead to nothing. The pool is segmented in these odd cuts. It's familiar with something humanity would know, but with none of the specifics. She finds a ladder, comes across more holes in the floor glowing green. She's eventually stopped by a large chasm. The type of structure she's in is separated from the rest of the complex by a gap. She jumps over it and keeps running, eventually coming to a dead end. She hears the thing stalking the halls behind her. All she can do is pray it doesn't decide to turn in here. But as she sobs and waits for this nightmare to be over, this happens.
In a green room, when I remember correctly, it might be a green room, been spotted. If I'm correct, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my lord, I have remembered so good, chat. I'm a genius right there, chat. Shit.
And in the final moments of the video, we see that everything we just watched was being viewed by someone on their television.
You don't know who that guy is watching on television.
We probably never know.
Might be Clark. Might be a Clark. Imagine that Clark was like saw this on tape all the time, but no, I don't know. Someone? I don't know about that. Might be a someone, I guess.
There's a couple things to point out in that final moment. Obviously, we have this on their green lightning that seems to consume everything. It cracks through the walls like a fissure. It seems to spread everywhere, like
They
glass
just do
breaking.
like a teleport.
We've seen that green glow a few times in this video, from in the floor beneath her to the hue shining down in the tile room. The greens got more and more intense as she's continued, culminating here. This green lightning seems similar to some kind of energy, the way it cracks and spreads, but the pattern of it is also reminiscent of the way we've seen the mold or bacteria grow on walls up until this point. That connection could be nothing, but it's worth pointing out. Another thing that happens right before the green appears in this final moment is the room she's in begins to change. If you look at the doorway she came in right before the green flashes, you can see the doorway itself gets bigger. The wall to her right slowly recedes as the flash begins to appear. It seems that with this energy itself, the complex began to change, before the space she's in seemingly turns to nothing. We don't have a lot of information about what this green glow might be, but we might later. For all we know now, it seems that this is another tragic tale of someone lost in the backrooms who became a victim to it. Now, in the description for Found Footage 2, there is another unlisted video. This unlisted video is titled home_27647.mov. And for the most part, this just seems to be someone's family home video.
It takes place from New York City.
Oh,
It
really?
starts normal.
Yeah, you didn't know that this takes place from New York City. Kinda does,
Well,
but look at the flag right there.
oh,
In the outside, the landscape, it does look like from the New York or Colorado or Seattle. I would say New York
Seattle?
City.
New York City. That betting is way too tall for Seattle.
And for the most part, this just seems to be someone's family home video. It starts normal with the cameraman walking down a street and then showing shots of a scenic walk by the beach, until overlaid on the footage, we get, and I'm not kidding, what seems to be a Ptolemaic geocentric map of the solar system. An ancient map structured around the old belief that the Earth is the center of the solar system, as opposed to our current heliocentric understanding that the sun is the center of it. But one of these ancient maps with Latin writing shows up in the midst of this family home video. This is why trying to nail down anything Kane's doing is a headache and a tumor, because you're just watching an unlisted home family video, and then it's like, oh, do you know who Ptolemy or Copernicus is? You better. Ignoring that from now, we get more shots of streets and the family going out, looking on top of skyscrapers, until we get this shot of a young boy sitting at a table, seemingly with his mom or dad. Their faces are blurred out, but if we look at the room around them, this is the same layout we just saw in Found Footage 2. The same door, the same banister, the same walls, the same floor.
Oh,
Now,
makes sense
again,
now.
because
Yeah,
Kane,
that's their home. Turns out
Yeah.
this guy, him, or his father, or a wife, could be a bacteria of all time. Maybe if
Probably.
that's the real case, or could it be the woman who died in the first place as she turned into a bacteria life form.
Let's keep watching. There's
same
actually a
door.
pretty fun.
Um,
It's actually a King Pixel childhood picture in the image. That's his house.
It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know if that's the. It is a Kane's house though, but if someone who is If someone who is a father or wife.
The same banister, the same walls, the same floor. Now, again, because Kane said that that was a layout of his real house, and this is people in his real house, I can assume that this is pictures of his family, hence why he blurred them out. That may even be little Kane there. Oh, look how cute he is.
Oh, that's cute.
That's Kane? Wait. Is he saying that when he was a child, that's him?
That's probably him though. That's why the
What?
face blew out.
No shot, bro. What? No shot. Wait. There's no way.
The girl in the red shirt, that's probably his mom though.
Well, that is mind blowing right there. Didn't know that. That's will be a plot twist though. That's actually him.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Holy shit.
Is before he became evil. But within the story, this seems to be home videos of the people who lived in the house that we saw copied.
What do you mean by
complex.
evil?
We see footage of the sun setting over the ocean. After this, we see a rather out-of-place shot for a family home video of what appears to be dusty cob.
I see a frisbee right there. Looks to be like a frisbee.
We
Could
see
be.
a rather out-of-place shot for a family home video of
If this looks definitely look more like a haunted house with freaking spider webs covered in dust. Oh,
what appears to be dusty cobwebs.
there! I called it, chat.
Before finally we're treated to one.
Oh, I
last
actually called it
image.
out.
A family sitting around the piano, the mother smiling for the camera, before the camera pushes past them to see that same painting we saw on the wall in found footage 2 hanging up in this house. Now, like I said, the painting itself doesn't seem to be important. At least, I don't think it is. But what I do think is important is that it exists. If what we're watching is a home video of the people who lived in the house that we saw imprinted into the complex, then it seems that painting on the wall was imprinted too. I mean, here if we look at the layout of the rooms, it even seems to match the structure of the room that the girl walked through in found footage 2. If they were overlaid on each other, then to the left of the painting would be where that bacterial growth was. The room with the piano in it is the room that she glanced at but didn't walk into. So the house was copied, and for some reason, so was that painting. Of course, it all leads back to the biggest question at the base of this: why? Was this done on purpose? Is the complex just grabbing references from across the world to build itself? It'll pick houses and spaces at random, taking some details but leaving most? Or is there a significance to this? Is there a significance to the fact that we're watching a family home video and a painting in the back of it made its way into the back rooms? These are all questions to keep in mind as we move into our next video.
The reunion.
Okay, the next
that could be my
video
least
that was
favorite
uploaded in
footage right
order
there,
is
Hanson.
I remember, but I'm saving
wait.
I remember for
Yeah.
dramatic effect.
Hear me out, chat.
later. So we're going to pretend like the next upload is reunion.
Because it's
Reunion
interesting.
takes place.
If you remember this one, this is the guy who is Peter Tench that thought to be who's holding a shotgun. Like, he got out and somehow he was taking place in another dimension, right, Henson? That's him right there.
Yeah, I remember that. We watched that during high school.
And we were kind of surprised that he was founded, and we never know. And when he knew that it was him all along, that the reunion is basically the title that takes place to that guy we saw before, right? And so that we see, like, it's like he is so afraid of why are they doing this? Well, I mean, why is he doing this? And they were confused of why is he holding a shotgun? Well, wait, hold on. I'm guessing that the guy, hold on, I'm guessing that the hazmat soldier is holding a shotgun. No, not my bad. That was a guy, the hazmat is holding the shotgun, and steal assist for him. But yeah.
On May 25th of 1990. This sets it about 2 weeks after the Department of Energy's visit and the researcher showing back up in the threshold after missing for 2 months. The opening shots show us the hillside of Southern California. Interesting enough, one of the async researchers is taking notes outside. Perhaps async is interested in how their experiments are affecting the land around them. We see a coffee mug in async's lab that says on it MLML with attached coordinates. This is the logo and correct coordinates of the San Jose University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. It seems one of the researchers worked there for a while or attended a conference or something to get this coffee mug. Its attachment to the rest of the narrative is on October 17th, 1989 in the real world. MLML was devastated by the Loma Prieta earthquake. This should sound familiar because October 17th of 1989 is when first contact took place. So one of the researchers seems to have been at a laboratory that was heavily damaged when Async made their way into the complex. From here, we switch to business as usual. Once again, Marvin, the cameraman from Pitfalls, is with a group of Async researchers exploring the complex. It seems that in the weeks after that researcher's return, they've restarted investigation. After disassembling the wooden barricade, they deploy a rover to check out the complex in front of them. It seems they're being more cautious after discovering there are things in here. As they're piloting the rover forward, they remark on someone not understanding the situation. This could be in reference to another researcher or their superior, Ivan Beck. Eventually, the rover makes it to the room from Pitfalls, which we learn Async refers to as room 14D. The team makes their way to the room from Pitfalls, and as they begin to talk about how to move forward, by zooming in on the camera, Marvin notes that the spot he fell through earlier seems to not have a standard floor like the other spaces, but instead has a gap. The ledge he walked on seems to be more of a
That's where
shelf.
he fall
Perhaps
out.
This is the reason for his fall. Other Async members show up with plywood and metal plates to create
Oh,
a
they can make a
walkway
floor.
over the pits so that the situation with Marvin doesn't happen again. We're then told through text that while Team A assembles a walkway across room 14D, Mark Bloom, Randall Tatchy, and Marvin Lee conduct an initial layout analysis of room 14C. 14C is a room we haven't seen yet, but given the titling, we can assume it's nearby. Mark's believed to be the team leader, and most agree that he was the person asking for the camera after Marvin fell into the pit in Pitfalls. So it seems a lot of these Async Endeavor clips have been with this same group of people. To travel into 14C, Mark opens up the case he brought with him, revealing a shotgun. Specifically, it's a Remington 870 with Magpul furniture. That will matter to someone else out there, I'm sure. Marvin asks if this is like the one he's trained with, telling us that
That's the
again,
guy
after
who's in
Async figured out
shotgun.
there was life in the complex, they began
For
arming
protection,
these
of
their
course.
lead researchers with weapons training.
Of
A
course.
lot of the banter between the researchers feels natural, like Mark remarking that he can't tell the
Yo,
difference
Nightmare,
between
what's
this
good, bro?
gun
Welcome
and
to
the
my
gun he
stream.
trained with, or Marvin saying he wouldn't want to be on the other end of that, and then Mark saying you wouldn't want to be on the end of any gun. It's almost bizarre how casually they approach the hard-to-comprehend space they're in. I mean, it's a structure made without human hands that clearly takes human influence. It's terrifying. But if you give a group of guys a gun, they will inevitably reset to factory settings. As they continue into 14C, it's different from the rest of the complex in that there are no lights above, and the walls here appear in a basic off-white pattern, remarking that it looks like concrete covered in epoxy. They progress through this room until they get to another room.
This is kind of
that
like
has white
way
drywall.
different,
Floor
but
of
it
this
has
next
like
room is different
look like
too.
more
They
interior
remark
to like
that
the first
between the two
contact
kinds
next
of
to it.
floor, there is a very small
Mhm.
gap. The gap's far too small,
But
to
it's all
fall
falling
into,
apart.
But there's no way of telling how deep it is. We've seen this a few times now, that between two different kinds of space in the back rooms, there's a gap, sometimes minuscule, sometimes huge. It's like one type of room is being replicated up until it meets another type, and although sometimes it gets close, they don't always mesh together. You can see the clear border between one space and another for whatever reason. Here they note that a lot of the ceiling tiles seem to have
Wait, what this guy said? Why do people discover this? Because they had found the Backrooms levels that they legitimately that the async activates the first contract, so that's why they discovered this place, so they had to, and the researchers will have to find out the place more about it.
been displaced. It doesn't seem natural and instead seems like something has moved them on purpose. While walking through this area, Randall finds something strange. Someone has drawn a map of the space they're in. They've spent some time navigating this dark area to put together an atlas of where they are and where they've been. Mark tries to call this in to the rest of the team. The signal can't reach them, so they begin to backtrack so that they can call this in. And as they're walking back, this happens.
Well, if we do get back and they say it's just a non-issue, you just come back around, you know, and see what
Oh my god!
Okay, okay.
Someone not in an async uniform tackles Mark and takes his gun. Holding the team at gunpoint, he says he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants his questions answered and then he'll leave. As he asked how many people are out here, Marvin recognizes him.
How many people are out here right now? Down the hall, how many people are out here?
Wait,
I don't know.
Peter?
Oh shit. Marvin?
Yes, it's me. Is it really you?
It's me.
How?
It's getting so much. I love the intention of music, and also the ambience are getting like swell, like the scene is like someone is recognizing each other. That's why I like this. That's why I like this video, Henson.
Yeah, I mean, he can work on his voice figures.
Yeah,
Actually, like
yeah,
Peter for over a month. That's crazy.
yeah. Wait, what did I say? Is it rated mature? I would say 18 plus though. I would say it has actually more violence and bloody images.
No,
It's
not
been
that because
months.
because
You
it's a
got-
scary monster.
I know that's what they did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
He was actually at the graveyard, if you didn't know.
Peter was the researcher who went missing all the way back in informational video, and then showed up 2 months later not realizing any time had passed in presentation. Like I said, this video takes place about 2 weeks after presentation. So Peter goes through the time skip, shows back up on May 8th, and then a couple weeks later, here on May 25th, he's suddenly in the complex freaking out. But when Marvin sees Peter, he remarks that it's been months, meaning Marvin thought Peter was dead, seemingly not knowing that he showed back up only a couple weeks ago. Something's going on here, and Peter's scared for some reason. Peter continues and says that his wife and kids think he's dead. Async has done something to make it seem that Peter has died, and it seems this trick even worked on the rest of their researchers. Now, the dead man's holding a shotgun in front of them.
The gun.
Barbara, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
This is Team A. Do you read us?
Yes, A-Team, this is Mark. I read you.
Mark, don't.
What are you doing? We need immediate arms
Mark.
support at room 14C. My team and I are being held at gunpoint.
Mark begins to radio for help, and in a panic, Peter fires.
Stop. Hey, don't.
A subtle detail that I really like is the complex has these interior walls that repeat and repeat, seemingly without end. So when Peter fires the shotgun, there's no reprieve for it. The sound echoes over and over and over and over. Marvin runs to help Mark, who's been shot in his side. He's breathing but seems near death. And with that, our video ends. So Peter, the missing researcher from informational video, is now back from the dead and mad about what Async has done to him. He talks and fights like a caged animal, afraid he'll never be let out. But now he has a gun and he's on the run. We get some hints as to what Async has done to him through an unlisted video in the description titled Recording 14. Recording 14 is dated to May 8th, 1990, the day that Peter showed back up in the threshold. This video is of a phone call made from Async in San Jose, California to a venue where Ivan Beck is staying. Again, this is in the aftermath of Peter's discovery, so whoever was at Async panicked and called Ivan. The caller identifying themselves as Clyde. Kane has confirmed that Clyde is the long-haired researcher we've seen a couple of times now. In report, he was the scientist who watched Marvin's initial footage from Pitfalls and became terrified by the life form in the complex. And at the beginning of Reunion, he was the researcher we saw outside taking notes. Which also, fun fact, Clyde is played by Kane's real father. I don't think this voice acting is Kane's dad, but according to Kane, the live action actor is his dad. So Clyde was the researcher who saw Peter that day in the complex and then called Ivan. As Clyde explains the situation to Ivan, we don't hear Ivan's side of it, but he seems relatively disinterested, instead acting about how the DOE's visit went, if all the contracts are in order. That is until Clyde mentions that the researcher they found in the threshold said his name was Peter Tinch. We don't hear Ivan's side of the conversation, but he seems alarmed. He begins asking who else is there, has anyone else heard of this? Before Clyde remarks that as far as he knows, he's the only one aware of this incident. Before Ivan asks something and Clyde says, "This isn't him, is it?" So it seems that after Peter went missing, the narrative everyone else was told is that Peter died. And we know this from the visual we see in this episode. It's a reversed image of a newspaper, but if we flip the image, the headline says, "Fiery wreck beside vineyard leaves one dead." See, the world doesn't know about async or the complex yet. They have plans to introduce it to the world, but for now, it's beyond top secret. There's only a few people and even the government, like the DOE, who know of its existence. So if a researcher dies or disappears in the complex, they can't say that's what happened. There has to be a cover story. So after Peter went missing, they fabricated a story that Peter died in a car wreck. This is enough of an explanation to have a fake body or an empty casket at a closed casket funeral. So as you could imagine, when Peter shows back up, that complicates things. See, Async can't just say that Peter went missing, because then that raises a lot of questions, like, how did he go missing? Didn't he work at a laboratory? But had they done that, it would have been more explainable when Peter showed back up. But now they've already put together this whole conspiracy. There's a fake grave and a fake body. So now, explaining how he turned back up is a lot more difficult. And it seems that this facade that Peter's dead worked on most of the members of Async, as Mark and Marvin are surprised to find Peter alive in room 14C. And it's likely that only top figures at Async, like Clyde and Ivan, knew that he was still alive. But now, Peter has a gun, and he's scared. I also want to mention this detail because it's really weird. So remember how there was that ML coffee mug with the coordinates at the beginning of Reunion? Well, that logo with the coordinates is the ML logo, or at least it was at some point. Well, when you type in those coordinates to Google Earth, it doesn't take you directly to ML's current location. Instead, it takes you to a vineyard just south of San Jose. Looking up ML's actual logo, those seem to be the coordinates they used. And the two locations are certainly near each other just south of San Jose. But it seems pretty coincidental that the newspaper says there was a wreck at a vineyard, and when you type in the coordinates from the coffee mug, it takes you to a vineyard. I don't know if that has stunning lore implications.
That's a very
or not.
good
Maybe
Easter.
Kane just typed in the coordinates and found a vineyard nearby and decided to place his wreck there. Perhaps
That's the thing. It is kind of like a wreck yard.
Could be.
Or
Yeah,
does
yeah,
it?
that's definitely a backyard. That's lock shop. There you go.
there.
It's locked.
Perhaps it's implying that the researcher who worked there knew it would be an appropriate location to fake a death. Just too weird of a coincidence to not point out. Before we continue with Peter's story, we take a brief aside to an episode called Overflow. Overflow doesn't give us a date in the description, but we'll soon find out that this is the earliest event on our timeline. It opens with shots of a night sky and a quiet park. A voice on a radio indicates that this is during the height of the Cold War, and an ad shows us that cassette tapes were all the rage. In some laboratory, an experiment begins to go awry. A light indicator for overload begins to flash. On a wall, we see a piece of paper describing the specifics of an experiment, going over approved changes in the experiment itself. The experiment was signed off by an advisor named Ivan Beck on August the 2nd of 1972. And as we see this piece of paper, a green glow begins to illuminate the room. The light becomes blinding until we are then shown the night sky from the beginning, but this time it's changing. The structure of the sky itself folding in on itself and spiraling about. Whatever these experiments are, it's changed the world around it. So like I said, this is the earliest event we have on the timeline. All the way back in 1972, Ivan Beck was taking part in these experiments. And we see that signature green glow that we've seen a couple times up until now, especially as seen in found footage too. The green certainly indicates something. It indicates some change. And it seems that whatever happened in 1972 has led to all of the events that we're seeing now. Whatever this was, it changed the sky and the world around it forever. But whatever all of this is...
Fun fact that Ivan Beck is a director of Async Institute that he's gonna charge inside the, in the facility.
Oh, so he's the one responsible for the backroom creation.
Yeah, he signed the contract, and to do so, to find out to test the experiments. So now is that the world is changing around like forever, as what he said. It was amazed me that he's the one that who charged those people and the researchers that could find out that what was could be around the sideways that took in the place apart, and maybe the place that looks more like has a big memory to it. You know?
I know, right?
Do you think you agree with me?
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Totally.
Ivan Beck was there from the start. After that, our next video is damage control.
I actually remember damage control is like they talked about like oh
They
yeah, they
talk
talked
about
about like the guy
they
who
talk
escaped.
about yeah, they talk about Peter and how he escaped,
Yeah,
how his mental situation got worse over time, how long he spent in the back room.
this is
Basically catch
crazy.
up yeah, so basically catch up on Peter Law
We
in the
gotta
back
find if
room.
who is Peter controlled this though. I mean, if Peter was in like all the time, I hope he's in from the movie though.
Which takes us back to what's happening with
Oh,
Peter Tinch.
I was hoping like Kane was like trying to hide us that they're actors. I'm pretty sure that maybe they will be in the movie as they were in the found footage scene.
the point in the movie has cameos,
Probably,
probably. You know what I'm saying?
maybe I would say that.
Damage control takes place on May 26th of 1990, one day after the events of Reunion. We open listening to an audio recording of the team's panic calls from the end of Reunion, right before Mark was shot. We see the other team's reaction when they heard the gunshot and began to panic. From security cameras, we can see Peter made his way all the way back to the threshold, now armed with a gun. Panicked, he steps in, pointing it at researchers as he makes his way back into Async's compound. He runs through the halls being chased by Async members and manages to make it all the way to the elevator. Before he can be stopped, he's on his way to the rest of the world. We then switch the perspective of an Async leader, potentially someone like Clyde, giving a presentation to Async team members. It seems that in the fiasco of Peter's escape, several people have stayed there all night trying to understand what's going on. So now this researcher is updating everyone on what just happened. So now, speaking on the behalf of Async, he claims that the company will be honest and tell everyone what's occurred. The researcher says that on the morning of March the 1st, 4 researchers were sent into the complex for a layout analysis. We know this to be the events of informational video when Peter went missing. It's also worth noting that in the description for that video, as I mentioned earlier, it said that it occurred on February 29th, a date that doesn't exist. And here, this lead researcher is saying that it was March the 1st. So why the discrepancy? I don't know why there's a discrepancy. I'm 9th. For that video, as I mentioned earlier, it said that it occurred on February 29th, a date that doesn't exist. And here, this lead researcher is saying that it was March the 1st. So why the discrepancy? I don't know why there's a discrepancy. I'm asking you. I'm as clueless as all of us. The team consisted of George Levy, Marvin Lay, Ronald McCarthy, and Peter Tinch. So in Reunion, Mark and Randall were relatively new members, but Marvin and Peter went on these searches together, explaining why Marvin recognized Peter in Reunion. The researcher recounts what we know, that Peter went missing, and that Async obviously couldn't say what actually happened, so they fabricated the car wreck story. Which, to be clear, everyone in Async knew that the car wreck was a farce. They all keep the existence of the company and the complex hush-hush, so they went along with that narrative. They just didn't know that Peter was found 2 months later. But here, this researcher giving the presentation comes clean and says that on May 8th at approximately 5:30 p.m., Peter showed up at the front door of the complex. From here, Peter was placed in a secure room, where doctors began performing tests on him to see what had happened. He seemed perfectly healthy, but according to this researcher, his mind was beginning to snap. Async recovered Peter's camera and says that it will be available for viewing later today. This explains why the footage from Peter's POV was titled informational video, because it's an informational video that was established for Async to review. Upon seeing the clip of Peter skipping forward in time, the room begins to talk to itself. As the researcher clarifies, this seems to be the moment that he jumped 2 months into the future. Clarifying that for Peter, it was a little over 30 minutes before he found his way back to the threshold. The researcher says that at first Peter was understanding of the situation. Async and the complex must be kept secret, and there was the issue of his fake death. So he agreed to remain in hiding while they worked out a solution. But of course, Peter doesn't want to remain in hiding forever. He has a wife and family. And after a couple weeks, Peter began to grow restless. He began to make these bizarre drawings on the walls of his room, walls that showed crowds of people gathering around doors. The date of May 17th, 1990,
May
scrolled in the
17th,
bottom
1990.
right. Several people and interactions with their faces marked out. The researcher says that Peter deluded himself into believing he was still inside of the complex, that all of this around him was part of some great illusion. The complex was trying to convince him that he was out, although he was still in. And Peter began to be convinced that the async researchers, as part of this illusion, were going to harm him. The researcher says that on May 22nd, they were going to move Peter to an above-ground facility so that he could be above ground and experience sunlight and air to, not go crazy, and that during this transfer, Peter ran away. Stealing credentials, he forced his way back into the complex and remained in hiding for 2 days until he eventually attacked Mark and Marvin, as we saw, stealing the shotgun and running back into the threshold. The lead researcher mentions that Peter was convinced he could escape through an alternate threshold. Now, why would Peter believe there's alternate thresholds? Why would he think there's another doorway somewhere in the complex? Perhaps it's simply because he thought the researchers were a part of the illusion, so the real threshold has to be somewhere, or Peter thinks there's other gateways. At one point, Dr. Kirk Maxwell wrestled with Peter and managed to take the gun from him. So now Peter, while unarmed, still continues to run through the complex, as we saw, making it to the elevator. Peter made it to the main floor of Async, but because of the odd hours, no one saw him as he escaped out the door and ran to the hillside. On the hillside, according to the lead researcher, Peter died from falling and hitting his head on a rock. So Peter, who survived the Backrooms twice now, made a run over the hill, fell onto a rock,
Both
and
slipped
is now
badly,
dead,
bro.
which is super convenient for Async because now the guy that they were going to have to figure out how to unfake his death is now dead. So you can
He's
just
now
stick
dead.
with
Well,
the first fake death.
now-
The researcher remarks
No.
on the
RP, bro.
tragedy of this situation and remarks how great
Shout
of a
out
man
RP,
Peter
man.
once was.
RP
We see some more
Peter.
of Peter's drawings, one of which shows a man standing by the seaside with text that reads, "If the wind is right, you can sail away." The researcher remarks that Peter gave
That's a
his
crazy
all to this
quote right there.
project, and that if he was in his right mind,
Sails
he
away.
would not
It's kind of like when you sail away, that you see something that moves at the chandeliers, that you see it's coming from, that's close to be, that you see when you touch it, like you have found an ozone where it's coming from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could it be?
not want them to delay it on his behalf. The research must go on. We see the threshold fade into an image of the sun setting. But right as the researcher's narration ends, we're treated to a few odd images. One is a used needle of something lying on the ground, before we see, in glimpses, an image of someone in a buttoned shirt standing in front of a massive green ball of energy. This is surely someone interacting with the complex, or at least the energy that flows out of it. We see an image of 3 people gathered around a table, their faces in grief, perhaps at hearing of the situation, a desk covered in TV monitors and papers and artifacts, the same image of the man in front of the green energy, now shaded purple, and then a shot from a security camera on an empty street that zooms in on a man standing alone. Now, the guy standing in front of energy and the desk I'll talk about later, but I believe this person we see on the security camera at the end is likely Peter. Our final shot of the episode is an empty house with music playing as a phone hanging on the wall begins to ring. The camera pushes in on the phone when the video ends. So now Async has supposedly told their team members the full story, although I don't believe them. Yes, they were truthful about Peter time skipping into the future and then running back into the facility with a gun, but all that stuff about him going mad, I don't think so. They say that Peter was going mad and thought he was still in the complex, so the researchers were going to hurt him because he thought they were a part of the complex. Whereas I think Peter did the math and realized what would work best for Async is if Peter just went away. I mean, think about it. The only people before Reunion who knew that Peter was alive was top researchers. And if Peter disappears now, well, that's easy. They can keep the fake cover story to the public, and everyone at Async just thinks that he disappeared into the Backrooms. I do not think that Async leadership just has a kind heart and wanted to place him in an above-ground facility so that he could be happier and see the sunshine. I think they were going to kill him, and Peter figured that out. Now, I think it's possible now that Peter might be dead. He might have hit a rock as he was running away, or in other words, got shot in the head. But I also think it's possible that Peter escaped. It'd be reckless, but maybe Async leadership lied to the team members, because if they find Peter, they're going to kill him. But for now, with things like the security camera image, Peter might be on the run. Perhaps the phone ringing at the end is Peter calling his family, or someone being called to be told that Peter's still out there. But perhaps the one thing we heard that might have been honest is Peter's belief that there were other thresholds. I mean, we know there's other ways to access the complex. People keep falling into the thing. And as we saw in found footage 2, there's even reliable points where things can be dropped in over and over. So perhaps Peter became aware of that. Perhaps he knows of a way into the complex that Async doesn't. For now, Peter may or may not be dead, but what we do know is that this is really bad for Async. I mean, what's it mean for them if researchers can just disappear at random? Would you feel confident if you were exploring the backrooms and knew that if anything went wrong, Async wouldn't have your back? If anything, they'd work to make you go away. And it's especially bad for Async leadership if some guy whose death they faked, who now has a grudge against them, is out there in the world somewhere. I like to think Peter's alive. I think a lot of cool stuff can be done with the narrative if Peter's alive, but we don't know yet. Our next Backrooms video was uploaded nearly 2 years later.
2 years later, found footage 3. Yep. When I remember that it could be Ravi. The first, that was a guy who realized that Ravi is used to be a photographer or cameraman. I don't know. I would say like he found out that like he found another back room. He found another no zone that he got no clip in the backrooms. Different levels as well.
Damage Control was uploaded in January of 2023, and the next episode, Found Footage number 3, was uploaded September of 2024. This is for a couple reasons. After Damage Control, Kane began working more on the Backrooms film. And also between Damage Control and Found Footage 3, the entirety of his new series, The Oldest View, took place, which I have an entire video dedicated to The Oldest View if you want to check that out. If Kane makes something, I'm probably going to talk about it at some point. But we were not left waiting without reward, because Found Footage 3 is by far the longest Backrooms episode, clocking in at over 45 minutes. And in my opinion, it very...
You never seen this one? Yeah, you never not seen this Oldest View? I have did. I may not know much about that as well. I'm not intrigued a little bit. I would
it's pretty
say
cool concept, though. It's kind of like a back room, but it's a mall, though, and takes place in a mall, abandoned mall.
kind of like a mall, kind of like an abandoned mall, or that happened to be what it looks like to be underground. Because I have no idea why it's still there. But let's just get into the backrooms found footage 3. So it gets so much interesting to it.
Well, might be the scariest of the whole series. Found Footage 3 opens with someone's various home videos. Early in the video, we hear them turn on a radio, and the radio broadcaster is discussing the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. The Oklahoma City bombing occurred on April 19th of 1995, meaning we can assume the events of Found Footage 3 take place in late April of 1995.
I thought it was Ohio.
This puts it far ahead of the Async timeline we've seen thus far in 1990, and makes it much closer to the events of Found Footage 2. Meaning again that everything we're about to witness is in a post-Async complex. In the beginning, we see our protagonist for Found Footage 3, a guy talking to the camera named Ravi. Ravi seems to be a journalist, as he is talking about negative comments he heard made by an executive. So it makes sense as to why this independent journalist walks around recording things. We then hear a phone call he makes while in his apartment, as it seems he heard someone downstairs. He calls the landlord to confirm that no one's coming by to perform maintenance. So after hearing a suspicious noise, he goes downstairs to investigate. He finds that his glass door has been shattered. He believes that someone has broken in.
What's that?
I was like, what could go wrong investigating a weird noise? What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Now, an important thing to note here is that the broken glass is on the outside, not the inside. Meaning, while it's reasonable Ravi would think someone broke into his house, it seems that instead, something is broken out. Ravi makes his way over to his closet, moving around a drum set he has set up in the middle of the room, and peeks into the closet. As he does, there's a weird distortion heard.
Someone there?
But this may just be digital, as Ravi doesn't seem to notice. He continues his search until he comes to the basement and finds a massive hole in the wall's been made. It seems that something has broken through the brick. Not only that, it reveals a path forward. Ravi is obviously alarmed by this, but finding this secret hallway beneath his home, he begins to investigate. As he steps in, this happens.
Well, then he got trapped.
Yeah.
Oh.
It seems he was dropped through a tunnel that led to a cabinet. Falling out of the cabinet, he now finds himself in what
An
seems
office.
to be a classroom or something similar.
Ooh,
He tries to make his way
interesting.
back up the shooting.
Classroom? It kind of looks like a classroom lab though from college.
Fell through, but is unable
Kinda
to
does,
climb
though.
out. Meaning the
Or
only
high
way
school.
out.
Either one.
What if it like genuinely thinks that is like that's his memory? That I don't know if that's his memory that he was from the college. That he looks like more like a young teenager at some point. Um, that might be that he went there before.
I mean, could be, but I mean, it could be just like backroom trying to create what a high school class is, but it's failed miserably, so it could be it.
Is through. Obviously, Ravi is freaked out. He thinks there is an entire secret facility right beneath his home. He'll soon come to realize that this structure is much larger than any man or group could secretly make. Once again, it's important to note what the structure here looks like. A lot of us can see a brief flash of this place and think it familiar to classrooms or office spaces that we've been in before, but there's just enough about them that doesn't fit right. Aside from any attention to detail on the walls, other than things like a sign that points to stairs or a speaker, things aren't where they're supposed to be. A stool sits on a low desk. A chair has a back that is way taller than any of the other variations. Again, these are all pieces of things we're familiar with, but not fit together correctly. He comes to one room that has a long conference table that cuts off a door, which on the other side of the window is simply a brick wall. Again, all the pieces are there, but they're fit in ways we would never put them together. Ravi continues until he gets to a door where he can hear strange music coming from the other side.
This is so unsettling. That music is so unsettling, chat.
You know what? It's like so eerie though. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Strange
I don't know what that
music coming
sounds
from the
like.
other side.
Wait.
Is the backroom trying to create what a music sound like? And
Yeah.
give us this? Imagine.
You imagine. Also, I don't know why I feel like this reminds me, but hold on a second. It feels like it reminds me. Just hold on. I don't know what that music it feels like. What it feels like. Um, what it sounds like to be. Um, probably. Remember, it sounds like familiar from the Grinch meme.
Mhm.
What's it called? Hold on. That music. Not the green. Oh, it's called that feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. But
Mhm.
when you do that, when you do that in a slow motion, it gives something more like a unsettling. It gives something more unsettling music there.
Oh, that's why I thought. Oh, that's why I thought. Just slow it down though. You're not supposed to hear it that way, right?
Yeah. Where is it? Right here. Where is it? Okay. This one right there. I can do the entire. I can do the entire. Why not? This one right there. I saw this one meme. It kind of feels sounds like from that music. Sounds like more like from the Backrooms.
Oh, it kind of does though.
When you do it slow motion, it sounds like I don't know. There's no slow motion, but hear me out. If you know what I mean, that like what's the like instrument or the violin, I guess. Like problem is like, it feels more like unsettling to me. But generally, if it's like it goes faster and then it turns like slowly and like more distorted as well.
Yeah, like it goes too fast and the end it just goes super slow.
Yeah, for sure. Like
I mean, it's so fast at first, and it goes super faster then.
yeah. I think King might be done something.
Strange music coming
You
from
might be
the other
cooking, bro.
side.
See what I mean? That is like really low, slow down, distorted.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually,
It's so
Robbie
crazy,
finds a small
though.
passageway to crawl through. This takes him to a room with a microwave and a sunken wall, a couch, and behind the couch,
Nice
in a place
couch.
where perhaps a picture frame would normally hang, it passes
Good
on
couch.
into another room. This room again leads to something that feels human but different. A single lamp is on. A kitchen table sits at the back with a clock next to it. The clock fixed on the time of 7:16. He continues to a bright room that has 6 chairs facing each other, and he looks up to see a false sky. It's the visage of a room with a skylight, but the sky's manufactured.
Oh, you know what it reminds me of? When I went to the hospital room for a kid's room, they used to have with the fake outside wall on top of it. It's not painted though. It's like more like a picture on top of it on the roof, Hanson.
Oh yeah, because like yeah, it's kind of give it like uncanny vibe here though.
I think
You know,
it is kind of takes place to like. This is why like this. This is like it's all connects. Everything is all connect. That's what I love about this. It's about like memory.
remind me you see like something in your childhood when you go look up and go to the dentist. You're gonna see this.
Yeah, that's
The
our
freaking
childhood though.
Sky. It's the visage of a room with a skylight, but the sky's manufactured. The brightness to the room applied as if the sun were there, but all that's above him is a still image. The geometry continues to not make sense. He gets up to a ledge and sees 2 recliners facing a wall, and eventually finds a passageway behind a large dresser. Moving forward, he comes to a room that seems reminiscent of perhaps a house or a school. On the ground is a large playmat, the playmat being a carpet that shows several streets. If you grew up like me and you were into things like Thomas the Train and Matchbox Cars, then a carpet like this is probably
Hell
familiar because
yeah.
a lot of little boys had them. It was
We do. When I don't have one, but when we went, but like I remember I went there to a speech room or like a for like K-12 kindergarten. They used to
mobile
have that a lot. Those times are like so good old days, man.
yeah, it's classic, bro.
I one time played one of those Hot Wheels cars and Thomas the Train. I used like roaming around. It feels like something more like playful, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
playmat that you could drive your cars on and race on the streets against each other. But then here, it's just copied one for one in the complex. Other than that, the room has no details other than the red and beige walls. Weirdly enough, it's almost like how a kid would remember a school or a friend's house. When the kid came over, he didn't care about the windows or the pictures on the walls. All he remembered was perhaps the color of the room itself and the playmat that he would play with his cars on. Similar to the painting on the wall in found footage 2, it's certainly pieces of humanity, but it only grabs a few specific pieces for some reason. There's a cut and we find Ravi in another room full of sofas, to which Ravi says,
For real, is this
keep
torture
that
now?
in mind for later. Robbie
At least
pushes
the couch
into
looks
another room where
comfortable.
the walls are much darker. There's odd details like a traffic cone in the corner, and then in front of a door, a large pile of chairs. It seems that someone barricaded themselves here for some reason. As he keeps moving, strange music begins to play again.
Oh, oh my gosh, that's the music. That's the music called "A Still Life." They use that music from the trailer, Hanson.
Oh, why? I remember that. This is where they came from.
Kane actually made a music though. He's a composer.
Oh, yeah.
So it
Oh,
has
right, I remember.
yeah,
He
yeah, yeah,
is
yeah,
he
that.
played his own music for his Backroom series. Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
And he does like several of them a lot. He actually made some a little bit a crazy ambience. Which his second channel will be a not Kane Pixels. He owns it. He usually did some of them a lot generally. It could be I like the other one as well, which is a classic for me. I think Still Life is actually way better. Like if you probably
It's,
has seen this before or heard it, then
of
there it
course I've
is.
seen him with it. And it's probably his best work though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably.
Right here. So that time that he still makes those, which is really good, really well done.
No, yeah, at least he used him as his trailer though. You know it's gonna be peak, bro.
It's for real freak.
It's not like the Backroom trying to recreate peaceful music, but this kind of did it wrong though. You know what I mean?
Like you mean that
Like peaceful ambient music,
but
like
you
calm
mean like
music.
turns out something went wrong, something coming, you know?
Yeah, something went wrong with the music. So it come out wrong though, starting off.
Yeah.
I can tell that's supposed to be a violent thing, but it's come out wrong though.
And I hear it's something more like reverse.
Yeah, if someone's playing reverse though.
And that what there is the unsettling coming in where it's something about to get happen.
Well, and the voices come out weird though. And like you speed up though.
Definitely. It speeds up so fast, turns out it's gonna be a horror movie chasing.
Yeah, it is doing human though, the way the voice calming. Human.
Wow.
Oh, this is where the pick up the beat, bro.
And it stops there.
This is how a kid will hear classic music. They probably think they sound like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a horrifying, like relaxing music though, but turns out a cuts here as a moment that's something even way scarier, you know?
I know, right?
This better be an exit. He keeps moving and then finds himself in a room that is very interesting. This room has very harsh corners and hallways, but compared to the rooms we've seen previous, the detail here is far more abstract. For one, we see a speaker on the wall that seems to be where the music is emanating from, but around this, the room seems further deteriorated. Beneath the speaker, we can see a black growth on the wall. Perhaps
There's a speaker
more
right
mold
there.
or bacteria mentioned
There's a
earlier.
speaker.
The carpet and wallpaper is
Ooh.
chipping in
That's
several
the speaker
places.
is playing
On the
right now.
ground, there's an array of books and pieces of paper that seem arranged around a specific point. This is kind of reminiscent of like in Found Footage 2, where that girl was doing experiments with the null zone in her room and began dropping things through to see what would happen. Here, this almost seems like the setup around a null zone, but it's in the complex, so maybe it was someone
Bo try to
who
recreate a
thought
null
this
zone,
would be
bro.
a gateway
Bo try to make
back
his own
out.
null
We
zone.
can see that the room around this has been
Yep.
ransacked. Drawers and cabinets pulled open. This would also explain why the chairs existed against the door in the room before this, as whoever was here didn't want anything getting in. But then that begs the question, then why did they not cover up the door right next to where Ravi was? I mean, Ravi just stepped through that door. If they're going to blockade one, you'd think they'd blockade the other. As Ravi looks around, something scares him.
Oh my god.
Bro, get out of there. It's way too dark, bro. You can't see anything, bro. Way too dark.
Get out of here, man.
Way too dark, bro.
That's their sign to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Now,
especially
we
you can't
don't
see
get a
anything in the
great
dark, bro.
look at what Ravi saw in the corner that made him exclaim. The corner's too dark to make anything out, but I think this is probably a dead body. Similar to how in found footage 2, that girl found where the body of the car crash victim crawled into the room and then died, and then that growth was all over it. I think here the darkness we see in the room is because there's a body in here. Someone probably fell into the back rooms and then survived for some time, putting chairs against the door and then arranging the books in the room for some reason.
For some reason, it could be like somewhere like a magnet. Like it's like when all those objects are facing at where it's at. Like could it be the no zone? Like it's like a sinkhole. Like sucks. Like it sucks in the sinkholes. Like puts you know what I mean. Like it's like a when sinkholes draining down. Like it's more like it's showing the face at the center.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps to try to find their way back out before they either starved or were injured and died in that corner. And similar to the last place we found a body, something else is in here with him. As Ravi begins to run away, he remarks that he's leaving, and as he looks back, whatever was in there turns off the lights. Ravi continues to make a run for it, running to the makeshift furniture store and shutting the door behind him. And as he begins to leave, this happens.
The door breaks in.
Oh, try to big again.
Hello?
Yeah, let's get out of there, bro.
This is such great horror, and I never want my analysis or trying to pick apart everything we see in the videos to detract from the fact that this is such a great series. There are so many things we can ask ourselves in that little interaction. We've seen the life forms up until this point. They're these monstrous, stilted creatures with some vague human mindfulness, but a bad mimicry. And if this is just another one of those, then why, when it came to a shut door, did it knock? Only to then seemingly revert back to its settings of breaking down the door and chasing Ravi. There's something so menacing about this attempt to be human before it sheds the facade. It's little moments like this that add to the tension and mystery in a horrifying way and leaves us asking terrifying questions. Ravi, being chased, keeps running into new areas. He runs in one place that has the carpet and ceiling of some kind of office, empty water jugs everywhere throughout, before he gets to a walkway and finds himself in a massive city. No matter how much you know about the...
Am I joking? I mean, is it just me, or is it, I just saw there's a one object figure just staying in the middle of it?
Of some kind of office, empty water jugs everywhere throughout.
Wait a minute. Look at this.
Before he gets to a walk.
Look at the hallway. I just saw it moves. Yeah. If you're seeing this one there, I saw there's a legs and arm.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess.
Oh my god! I never. There's a person. There's a person here. Was there?
So I guess the second monster is stalking him though. That sucks.
Is it two monsters, or is it one
crazy,
person?
Bro. What? It's probably just.
What the fuck?
Nah, it's probably two monsters, bro. Like they're both probably stalking him, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Before he gets to a walkway.
That's gotta be a monster or a human. Something.
You know what?
And finds himself in a massive city. No matter how much you know about the complex, it will always surprise you. This makes it appear that he's on a high floor of a skyscraper, the bridge connecting the two buildings together. Are what we see in the windows actual floors that can be accessed, or are these just images of floors pasted over the blank windows, like the ceiling with the sky we saw earlier? It's bathed in the same red light we saw on the street in Pitfalls. There's a night sky filled with stars above him, surely another mockery. The complex could theoretically be endless and have spaces as small and large as you could imagine. Of course, Ravi's still being chased and has no time to consider this as he pushes forward. He finds himself at first in another succinct room, a balcony with no access above him and a ledge he climbs over. When he gets to the other side, he sees this. Something that looks like the summarization of perhaps a school or a house in a neighborhood, the tile around looks like a walkway. and there are
Inside the indoor
indicators
houses.
This is certainly mimicking an outdoor area. The green carpet alludes to grass, the street lamp, the slide, but the building itself is bare, just windows and a shell. It's like a house or a school, but a child's playset of a house or a school. All a facade to mimic the real thing. As Ravi is still being followed, he stands on the other side of this quote-unquote building, and suddenly the lights turn on.
Oh, I have the chills right now, bro.
Okay, it's still start winning though.
Just start running right now.
Nowhere left
Or
to hide in the
hide.
darkness, Ravi continues to run, making his way up a staircase and finding a structure more similar to the rest of the complex. Fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. There's a black stain on the floor and some growth on the walls. Again, it seems in the years after Async's influence, the complex has continued to deteriorate. Ravi continues until he gets to a room that has the layout of an apartment. Power outlets on the wall, spaces for windows, a radiator, a kitchen. But of course, the structure is wrong. Where the windows are supposed to be, there's instead just a brick wall. Where the ceiling should be, there's nothing. The brick wall just continues to a large light. Ravi climbs up on a ladder to see this. What appears to be a Tibetan Buddhist statue facing away from him. Its placement here is
Oh, that's kind of
obviously
scary.
off.
Looks like a Buddha. Weird. Tibetan Buddhism was spawned in the Backrooms?
That's a weird way to spawn though. You
And
could say
haunting.
that.
But for some reason, its inclusion as facing away from Ravi, away from us, feels even more menacing. Keep its presence in mind for now. The camera cuts and Ravi
This bro
continues through
chilling
more
right there.
tight corridors, eventually finding himself in what appears to be reminiscent of a dance studio, categorized by the large white room with the mirrored wall. And speakers adorned in this studio play an odd track.
That's the worst music
Ravi
ever.
looks at a
That's. It sounds like something you make a pop music, but it's still very well.
Without vocalists and singers inside, but
I know.
it's
But
way
some of it's
scarier.
wrong though. I know, right?
poster on the wall and sees this. This is a real poster of a USC Arcadia hospital flyer printed in Chinese. This is an actual flyer printed by the hospital in Arcadia.
Ooh, wait. I'm glad someone found this flyer. Wait. This is the real Huntington Drive. I cannot see a. Wow. Wait. That's a real. Is that actually a real location? The hospital 2022 health screening. Wait, what? This is 2022.
So the time dilation. You jump back in time, I guess.
This was printed out like 2022. What? What?
Crazy guy.
My mind's going out nuts right now. That's a real place? Give me a second. That's actually a real place? No shot's a real place.
Here's a weird place. Oh yes.
30 W Hunt. Wow, that's a most research. That's the most history search here. Someone typed there. That looks like to be. Oh, I'm gonna get leaked by this. Hold on. Right here. I think this is the one right here. This is no shot. Look at
At least
this.
it will At least it will place though. At least though.
This was taken October 2025.
Crazy.
This is it right here. Probably this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I know, right?
There is a hospital. There is a cars. Also, it is in like one of the farthest way. Wait, actually, it is kind of far away. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not near us. Even though we live in California, bro.
Okay, someone's taking a picture here. Seems like this is the place here right here. It is next to the American Red Cross. Next to the shopping mall, small Santa Antenna Park.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. Right here.
Oh, there is the hospital. Ooh.
Pretty nice park and landscape. Pretty nice place though, but it's very clean.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Not bad, too bad hospital.
USC, together we are limitless.
Nah, we are limited space.
Liminal space. Together we are
Uh-huh.
in liminal space. This portrays from the liminal space backrooms. This is going cool, wild right there, bro.
California for free health screenings. Only the version we see printed on the wall is the version for individuals who speak Chinese. Alarmingly, this flyer is from 2022, and we know that our cameraman at least went in 1995. So why on earth is it here? Well, it seems that the Backrooms is no respecter of times, right? So this whole place is just a jumbling of different areas and different periods of time in one place. But even then, that doesn't make sense, because if that were the case, then the majority of the complex would be caves and huts and small villages. You know, things that didn't just exist in the last 40 years.
And caves.
So what is this poster from
forests, too.
2022 doing in 1995? And this is also the second reference to Oriental imagery that we've seen, combined with the Buddha statue from earlier, and it won't be the last. Ravi sees a sign on the wall that reads exit and follows towards it. This brings him to a large room with a sort of tower that goes up and up. Around the tower seems to be several instruments, old mixers, electronic keyboards, a microphone stand, and on the wall across from him, a painting of a smiling sun.
That's the
Looks down
sun.
the chasm beneath.
There it is. That's the sun right here.
The wall across from
there
him,
he
a
is.
painting of a smiling.
That's the sun from the trailer. In the middle of nowhere, don't know what that is. Looks like a machine.
Sun. He looks down the chasm beneath him and sees the same painting. He then looks up at the tower itself and sees the painting repeated over and
More,
over.
let's look at the
and
radio
over
station.
as this tower climbs. This sun, or this style of sun, is often referred to as splendor. With Kane, this splendor thing is a huge rabbit hole in itself, and the sun has appeared in a lot of symbolism up until this point, and specifically the image of splendor will continue to appear as we move forward. It is a can of worms that I do not want to open right now, so we'll do that later. Ravi finds what seems to be a radio system and thinks he can use it to call for help. After recording a distress signal, it seems that the signal begins to transmit. So as it does, Ravi continues to look for a way out. He continues back through the dance hall from before, coming now to a room with green
But I heard
carpet,
that
where
no
he
one
comes
is
across
talking
a
the
drum set,
radio.
as well as things like a plant and an RC car.
No,
This
so-
room branching off to several others.
someone might be
Now, if
talking
you
the radio,
remember,
though.
back in Ravi's apartment, we saw that he had a drum set. What are the chances of someone who has drums coming across drums in the back rooms? I mean, if they're just random printings and mismatchings of a ton of stuff from human culture, what's the chance a drum player finds drums? Ravi opens a door and finds himself somehow looped back to the makeshift playground from earlier. At the same time, Ravi starts to hear what sounds like someone transmitting through the radio, and he begins to run back. But as he does, this creature is unlike any we've seen before. Seemingly, this was the thing that was following Ravi all the way back in the room where I thought there was a dead body. But this thing looks different. It is not the same jolted form of the life form. This seems far more human. It has the proportions closer, but if we slow it down as it moves, it still isn't right. The arm is too skinny, the head swings too much. It's still just as antagonizing, but something about this one is different. Kane at one point was asked what this life was, and he referred to it as still life.
Still
now,
life.
If he meant this in reference to the art form still life, that is art made out of inanimate objects, or if he was just saying this thing is still life, regardless, the community has referred to this creature as still life ever since. So, rather than going to the radio, which
Guys,
is a dead
guys is
end,
still alive.
Ravi
That's
crawls
why.
through a hole in the floor. When he gets to the other side, he pushes a couch and a cabinet over the entrance right before the thing gets to him. Finding himself in what appears to be an old attic, he knows the barricade won't hold forever, and he continues. Before the running continues, we get this spliced-in shot of wood trim at the bottom of a wall, and something small and black seems to be growing up underneath it. Perhaps this is more of the bacteria or growth we've seen throughout the rest of the complex. We then cut back to Ravi, who's making his way through a dark hallway. He comes to a room adorned with stop signs, wet floor signs, and a picture of Mao Zedong with candles lit around it. Again, this is more reference to Oriental and Chinese culture. It seems the complex doesn't just displace time, but location. Ravi continues through these concrete hallways, the setting very industrial, before he opens what looks like closet doors to find himself back in an office setting. He moves through here until he comes across these large windows. Windows that would seem at home along the edge of a skyscraper.
It's a
He walks up
crimson
to them and
forest
sees that the outdoors are once again
with
bathed in
red trees.
light. City buildings, or the illusion of buildings adorned around him. This place seems
It's like a
impossibly
fever dream
big,
right now,
and
chat.
The idea of getting out seems further and further
Ooh.
away. Across the
Do you know funny thing? Speaking of fever dream, I have last year ago. You won't believe what I dream of. Legitimately, I'm not gonna lie with you. Like, be honest. I had dreamt when I woke up, middle of nowhere. I dream in my house. When I open the window, as I open the window, and I see a room of yellow backrooms, seem to be in a level 0 Hansen. I'm not joking right now. I just saw in my own eyes when I'm in a dream.
Nah, bro.
I'm not even
See,
joking right now. This is literally the dream right there, bro.
when you do assess for the back room comes to you, bro.
Dude, I got freaked out. I thought it was that was a dream. It turns out it was really scary there. I saw like when I opened the window, it was like an outside, but inside like an indoor. Like, dude, I saw like a one wire on the floor, but I don't see anything entities. All I see is like a dark room with dimmy lights, and like, dude, that's that's why I watch a lot of background scene, and definitely this treats me a lot. So, it kind of crazy though. Like, I never thought I was dreaming inside the backrooms, bro.
Yeah, bro. At least I think the back room want to come to you first, though. Imagine.
Bro,
How much you
like,
got stuck, yo? Forever. Level 0.
but no one's here.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Chat, it's like crazy that this is my fever dream right there, though. If you guys never know, if you guys have the dream in the backrooms, let me know. This is going to be wild right now.
Street from him in the midst of trees is a giant road sign, tilted on its side and now pointing straight up. Ravi continues through the complex and finds himself on another walkway connecting the two buildings. He continues forward until he finds himself back in the yellow wallpaper we're familiar with. It seems he's lost the still life that was on his tail. He finds a hole in the wall to his right and sees that it overlooks the room with the chairs and the fake sky ceiling we saw earlier. Balanced upright next to him seems to be what looks like a book.
Like a brick.
It's either a book or a brick with some writing or print
No
on
idea
it.
what
If
the
you rewind
what
earlier
book was.
in the video when he first walks into the ground floor of this room, we can see the book still balanced
Yep,
up here.
he
We don't know
found
what
the
this
he
is
found the
or
level
why it's
0
here,
place.
but its camera presence makes it feel important. Ravi keeps pushing till he comes
My
to a
OG
hallway
room, bro.
that has a gap in the floor. Similar to what Async noted earlier, this could be the discretion between two different points or different kinds of rooms within the complex. He pays no mind to it, but it's more of these fissures between two
I
different
dream
kinds
all
of spaces
black and
that we've seen
nothing.
before.
Oh, good for
When
you then.
making his way to a large
You're so
hallway,
lucky.
Ravi
At
finds
least you didn't
this
dream of a
cardboard
normal space.
cutout of a caveman standing upright on its own in the middle of the hallway. There are no other indicators around it.
That's the
There's
caveman.
no clue as to its purpose or how it got there. But here it is, another artifact from something that might have been human at some point. But here,
That's
it's
what we
so
saw.
alien.
That's what we saw in the trailer.
Ravi keeps moving forward, finding himself in another wide office
Where
space
where Clark
until
walks
he
in
comes
the
to a
hallway,
room
saw there's a
with fake
figure.
house.
with
There
a
is a
poster.
lot to take note of here. The ground is covered in discarded clothes. Charred stains and marks of perhaps blood stretch on the floor to his right, leading off to a dark tunnel. The walls and ceiling are blue with white blotches. seemingly meant to give the illusion of the sky. This seems to be reminiscent of a house in the countryside surrounded by nothing but trees and air. But here, it's a blue box with part of a house in it. The clothes everywhere feel reminiscent to things that we've seen Async come across. Remnants of people they're covering shed for some reason. But then we come across something that Async hasn't seen before. In the floor, seemingly fused into the ground, is a person, or the statue of a person.
The person is holding
or
a phone?
body calcified. We don't know what this is, but it sits there, still and lifeless
Oh,
amongst
look,
the
a
clothes
normal
around
household
it.
one.
Was this
Wow.
somebody? Is this the complex trying to approximate the image of somebody? Is this what happens to people who fall through null zones and are perhaps trapped in the in-between? Is this what happens to people like the girl at the end of Found Footage 2? The energy consuming them, making them a part of the space? We don't know. But whatever it is, it's terrifying. Ravi continues forward and makes his way into the open house. Inside, there are black footprints across the ground. Someone's been here before him. This house is far more detailed than other similar spaces we've come across. Not only does all of the architecture make sense, the kitchen is where it should be, the table is where it should be, but the details are far more explicit. There's cooking implements on the kitchen countertops, a bottle of whiskey on the kitchen table.
It's just me as I just saw there's a face here. There's a face
What?
sideways right there. You see that?
Well, it could be nothing. Maybe you
Fuck
could
no.
play voice acting.
There's cooking implements on the kitchen countertops, a bottle of whiskey on the kitchen
Oh.
table.
Why am I thinking
Lights,
there's a face
couches,
there?
Everything seems in place, but something
Yeah.
seems wrong. The footsteps lead to a chair that's tipped over. Just beyond it, there's a shoe surrounded by black marks that seems half stuck in the floor. While standing here, Ravi begins to hear footsteps around him. He looks towards the front door and again sees more detail. A lamp, a bookshelf, a fake bass on the wall, paintings. Ravi goes to open the front door to see that it's a dead end. There's pieces of what should be a porch, but they're surrounded in brick walls and concrete. But it sounds like someone is speaking to him right there. So, in desperation, Ravi calls out for help.
Sorry, I think someone's outside. Someone out there?
I'm sorry. I don't know where I am. I need help.
You're on private property. You need to leave.
I'm trying, okay? I don't want to be
This is the guy who keeps coming around here trying to talk to my boys.
What? No, my name is Ravi, sir. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I'm just lost.
Ravi can't see this person, but he can hear him. The other person, other than the fact that Ravi's speaking to him, doesn't seem alarmed by the situation. He's asking if this is the guy who keeps coming trying to talk to his boys. Neither of them have any idea what's going on, and they continue speaking.
My family's trying to sleep. Leave or I'm calling the police. If you really need help, the station's a quarter-mile down the road.
Listen, I can't. I've been walking for like 9 fucking hours, man. Where the hell are we? I can't even see you. Actually, do call the cops. That's fine. Just please help me out here.
Jeez, man.
Hello?
He was talking to the other dimensions. Like he was at their house that he didn't see anyone there. So it's like he's part of someone's house before that looks to be more abandoned.
Yeah, so you basically find a copy of someone's house. But at least you can communicate with them. Whoever in the house, though.
He was trying to find the help though, that's why.
Yeah.
But turns out he was talking to the wall or somewhere in the room, like echoing.
Yeah, probably like a no zone inside a wall, though.
Yep.
Where are you?
What?
Where the hell are you? I just looked outside and I don't see you.
I'm not... I'm in like a living room with a fish on the wall.
What is this? What is this? What, is this some kind of game you're doing? Are you having a laugh over this?
I'm not. It's just, it sounds like you're on the other side of this wall, but this door goes nowhere.
Crazy is that he was the wall or is it inside the door in the living room?
The two of them can hear each other, but they can't see each other. And from what the other guy is saying, it doesn't sound like he's in the complex. It sounds like he's in the real world. So Ravi
In the null zone that is coming from the real world. Yeah, there we go.
is in this house in the complex, and this guy is in this house in the real world, which means the complex has created a near perfect copy of this real world location within itself. Not only that, but as someone is standing in the mimicry of it in the complex, someone in the real edition can communicate with them seemingly through a null zone. This is huge for an analysis of the series. It confirms that several of the spaces we see are at least mimic, if not one-for-one recreations of things in reality. That's a massive piece of the puzzle put together. The things we see in this complex are taken from real spaces. Both Ravi and this man are standing in the same place, but in different realities. Or you could say different dimensions. The man seems convinced that Ravi is in the wall. This man seems sympathetic and tries to help Ravi by removing this space from the wall. But as he does so, this happens.
Thank you. I think it's...
What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck?
No, he got stuck in the back room. No. That
It's a
sucks,
green
bro.
light, bro.
Nah, he
No.
got stuck. He got stuck in the back room, bro.
Hello?
He's cooked, bro.
Hey, what happened? Hello?
Sure enough, it seems there was a null zone here, and when the man went to help Ravi, he was dragged in, similar to the girl we saw in found footage 2. But he doesn't show up with Ravi here. Even though the null zone's right here, it doesn't create a reliable spot from this space to the other across both dimensions. Or if it does, perhaps it puts them at different times in the same space. I think this might be the case for one reason. In the background of where the man is speaking from, we can hear a commercial playing. It seems the man had his TV on and the sound is transmitting through here. Kane doesn't put things in by accident, and the commercial we hear playing is from a freecreditreport.com commercial that aired from 2007 to 2009. So perhaps then Ravi is in the copy of this house from 1995, but when the man touched the null zone, he showed up, perhaps in the exact same place nearly 15 years later. We may see what happens to that guy in the future, but for now, Ravi is once again alone. Some time passes, and we cut to Ravi later.
R.I.P. another guy,
he points
man.
the camera at himself and begins
the father
to speak.
himself.
It seems that some time has passed, and Ravi is near his end. He could have been in the complex for
Maybe
days,
he's at
or
outside
weeks, or months.
or
Now in
inside.
his final moments, he turned the camera back on to record his last testament. He speaks of a pleasant memory when he was at a park with his friends, remarking that he can't remember the sky. Ravi remarks that he just wants to go home before saying that he was going to fix things, and the video ends. There's so many clues here, from the guy he speaks to, through the null zone, to the time discrepancies, to the splendor sun, to the oriental symbolism, to the still life. We'll get to that analysis shortly because there's only a few more videos to look at for now. Our next takes us back to Async for the lighting and tile survey. This is a presentation given to the Department of Energy by Dr. Julia Meisner. This presentation was on November 15th of 1989. This places lighting and tile survey pretty early on the timeline, 1 month after first contact, or in other words, 1 month after Async had stable access to the complex. This is when Async was just doing their research on the initial
That's the one.
1989. Dr. The lighting and tile survey. This is a presentation.
The survey. I think. Did I show you before the video or? I don't think so.
Oh, what video?
The survey. This is the release. This is the survey for release. It's called the lighting and tile survey. Which is on YouTube basically.
Oh, really?
Did I show you before or like last
Oh,
year?
I think so.
Department of Energy by Dr. Julia Meisner. This
I have no
presentation was on
idea.
November 15th of 1989. This places lighting and tile
But maybe we'll
survey
have to
pretty early on the
rewatch it.
timeline, 1 month after first contact, or in other words,
have to
1
know.
month after Async had stable access to the complex. This is when Async was just doing their research on the initial area past the threshold. and this video is simply their study of the architecture of the complex itself. To do research, they pull down one of the tiles and one of the lights from the ceiling. Looking up through the drop ceiling, they see something that looks completely standard. A subfloor above them, the lights connect
It's all
to some
generated.
central structure.
It's all
HVAC right
normal
above the drop ceiling.
structure as well.
Everything looks perfectly normal, which
I wonder
makes it
where
all
they
the
get the
more
power
odd.
from.
If the
So like it's infinite.
Well, it's a nose zone. It's actually like all infinite all the way back there. Like, you know, it's all powered up. And for some reason though, who's gonna do like who it's gonna be like what it's gonna be like the manage to do with the electricity bills? Who's gonna do like
Yeah,
who
if
pays
people
the
have a
bills
lot of
though?
complex was just copying things we
Yeah,
remember,
that's
then you wouldn't think it would copy all the infrastructure.
But
Like, for
something
example, you
even you
probably
expect to
remember what
see
the
is
inside of
like
your
there's
school looks
a
like, but you don't
influence
remember what
light
the
there. There's
plumbing,
a
what the
name
subfloor,
tag on
what
it
the insulation,
for some
heating
reason.
systems looked like internally to the wall. So it's not like this place is just copying memories, it copies them well, at least in defined areas like the regular yellow wallpaper of the complex. And
It's science though, or math, you know.
most of this video is dedicated to the analytics of it. In the presentation, Dr. Julia remarks that these lights are connected to something. As if it was in any regular building, there seems to be a central power supply they get their energy from. The ceiling tiles themselves are strange in size, being quite large at 1.14 meters by 1.27 meters. For context, a standard drop ceiling tile is 0.6 meters in both directions. But other than being large, everything about them is completely normal. It's composed of a mineral composition, standard of ceiling tile, fibers of amorphous silicate. Everything about it is completely accurate. The same for the ballast that holds the fluorescent lights. It's composed of galvanized steel with a thin layer of zinc. The lights are 1.2 meters in length, a little longer but very close to T12 fluorescent bulbs. The gas composition of the bulbs themselves and their wiring is again all standard. Julia also remarked that the ballast and lights are in great condition. Despite signs that they've been running for some time, there is no sign of physical
Yo,
wear.
Blazer, thank you for a follow.
So accurate, they even have product
Appreciate for the
information
follow,
on them.
man.
The ballast is a universal Type A
Ooh, that'd be
ballast,
follow, bro.
manufactured in 1975 with its own serial number. The same applies to the light troffer, manufactured in 1973 in Pennsylvania, and even the bulbs have a Sylvania label on them. There's something about this that feels menacing. It's one thing to contextualize the complex as a facade. It's just the cardboard standees of our reality to make us perhaps feel at home or approximate our existence. But we expect if we tore down the walls and we didn't find another room, we would find some dark void. We would find the absence of everything. But no, we pull apart the ceiling and it's just more ceiling. The subfloor above is also haunting, implying that you could dig up and find yourself in yet another room. This is just one layer of many. It's not even an approximation of our memories. It's an approximation that's better than our recollection. When I asked Kane what his favorite episode of the series is, he said it was Lighting and Tile Survey. I think that's fitting because this is a detail most of us wouldn't even think about. Oh, who manufactured the lights that are in the complex? But giving us an answer to a question we didn't know we needed to ask raises more haunting questions. Why are the Backrooms so good at being us? Why is it so picturesque to reality? Or at least, why is it in some details, but in other, it can't remember how chairs
it's like I'm
work
looking
or
at the
where kitchen ornaments are
microscope.
supposed to go. But when it comes to what it does make, it makes them perfectly. Leaves more questions as to what the true state of this place really is. This leads us, what is to date, the most recent video on Kane's channel about the Backrooms, besides the movie trailer. In between Lighting and Tile Survey and this upload was yet another series Kane started
Another scene
called
of
People
People
Still
Still
Live
Here.
I'm really interested in People Still Live Here, but I can tell that there
This
are
is
more
generally from the
episodes
game
that
right
are
now,
going to
so
come
if you're
out
looking
to
at
make
right
some
now.
things we've seen make sense. So if
Look
I was to
at-
make a
look at
video on it
PS1
now, it would
game,
just be
though.
pure
Yeah, it is
speculation, not a lot of
PS1 or
grounding.
on
So I will cover People
PSX
Still Live
on
Here at some
Windows.
point, just after a few more episodes are
Like,
out.
damn,
But
bro,
after all
like,
the
this
episodes
is, like,
that were uploaded, we
big
got another
nostalgic,
Backrooms
though.
entry in Static Dead End. Static Dead End was dated to May 29th.
I think you have seen this before. Static at Dead End. This was released
I didn't see
February.
it.
You seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Oh, okay. I don't exactly remember that one, the last footage though. What I'm guessing is that it could be some sort of like another static end. Wait, something says static ends that someone's calling out the radio, or could it be like I don't know though. I don't know though. Sounds pretty complicated.
Of 1990, meaning that this is, to date, the furthest episode we have in the async 1990 timeline.
This was
And
the
noting
last.
this occurred only a
This
few
was
days after
actually
events
the
of
last
reunion
episode,
and Damage
unfortunately,
Control.
Hanson,
So our video picks
due
up
to his
right after everyone's
creation
figured
of
out
his
what really
Backrooms
happened to
movie.
Peter. By what really happened, I mean the time skip and him still being alive. If he's alive after running away, I'm not sure. They're all being told that once again he hit his head. We open with shots of nature as Marvin is on a phone call with George. If you'll remember, George was one of the researchers who was with Marvin and Peter when Peter disappeared in an informational video.
Definitely.
Marvin is furious, saying he doesn't like this and he doesn't trust the company. George is...
Ooh, I think Marvin is getting something. I for sure Marvin is main protagonist, like I said before. He's gonna be the main character in the scene.
Yeah, bro. He's gonna step up to the company, bro. He's gonna speak out, bro.
Like Marvin, try and quit the job, bro. Like they ain't good for you. Like it's not fitting for you as well. Like
Yeah.
this someone's not gonna give you a paycheck or anything.
Trying to
Yeah,
reassure
they're gonna
him
get you a
that
big
they all want the
paycheck.
same
They're gonna give you a
thing.
minimum
As they're
wage, bro.
talking, Marvin seems to blame async for Peter's death, fittingly so. We see a room where on a whiteboard, someone seems to have drawn the street from pitfalls, complete with the tunnel and trees around it. We see a label in the top left for room 14D plus 228. This makes sense because 14D is the room with all of the pits, and 228 must be the designation for this street. We see a closet space with things that async used to depress the DOE in presentation. A model of the initial threshold, pictures on the wall of how houses could be built in the complex. Marvin worries that they may be next. What happens if async considers them a liability? George remarks that it's okay, that they'll get through this, and then we cut back to what async is doing in the complex. In room 14D, the room from pitfalls, we can see the completed walkway that allows researchers to step over the pits. They're also creating a sort of scaffolding, seemingly to lower people down to the street that Marvin previously fell through.
Wonder
or
if there's
fell into.
any
And now this
holes, any
door that we've
pitfalls
had so
takes
many
place in
questions
another door.
about,
That would
the
be
door at the end of the
awesome.
hallway. Now it's open and we can just walk right into it. And we can see the thing
Seemingly
that
it's
Mark was
nothing
so
though. All I see
concerned
is I
about
remember
from
this
footage
green
of
room.
in pitfalls. In this room, at first, we see more hallways until we find something strange. Along one wall, the texture isn't printing correctly. Where it should be the regular wallpaper, it looks like the wall is expanding. Async has put up sections of tape along the wall to monitor it, and sure enough, assuming these all started as squares, they're beginning to stretch out. The complex is either growing or shrinking in this space. This isn't the first time we've seen a design like this. If you'll remember all the way back in informational video, when Peter was walking by himself and came to the room with the green floral wallpaper, he saw a similar thing where it looks like the design was stretched as if the room was moving. And here, for whatever reason, it seems the complex is doing the same. If you'll remember, all the way back in Pitfalls, when we saw the open door across the room, there was a distinct green glow coming out of it. And then when Mark got to that door, he said he needs a camera now. And if you'll remember, in Found Footage 2, right before the video ended, the walls began to move as the green lightning, as I called it, began to appear. Perhaps this green energy indicates a change in the complex. And the reason it was glowing when Mark stepped up to it is because he was actively witnessing the walls moving. That would explain why he wanted a camera immediately despite Marvin falling into a pit. Now the greenness has gone away, but the after effects still remain. We can see where the complex itself was stretched. Marvin continues along the stretched walls until he comes to a new room that is weird even by the backroom standards. This room is carpeted with tile walls, but all of the effects in it seem off. It's as if a soccer ball, a chair, a table, a couch are all half melded
Just a
into the
chair
floor.
top.
Even sunken sections of the floor implies that the floor melded into itself.
It's
Perhaps
all
because this
melted?
room was printed too hastily, or perhaps because of async's meddling or something, it began to compress on itself. The artifacts that were within it began to deteriorate or become reabsorbed or didn't finish
like glitching out.
separating themselves from the wall of the back room around them.
It's an
Perhaps if you think of
alternative
it
reality game that used to be glitching out for some reason.
like a cell, it didn't get to properly divide before we laid eyes on it and it quit. Or alternatively, perhaps
all we see is there's a slope of
area and didn't
tons
finish. You could even theorize that
objects
this
though,
a treadmill
literally
mindset
destroying
complex.
it.
Perhaps it doesn't exist beyond what we interact with, but as we get closer to the edges, it prints more. Maybe that's why when the team got there in Pitfalls, they saw the green glow. And now that they're traveling through it, there is rooms you can step into, but they haven't had the time to finish creating as they should in a better mimicry. The remark on the weirdness of the room they're in, the final moments, the camera traces to a lawn chair atop a mound beneath the carpet. With that, the video ends. Again, as we get more answers about the complex, there are more questions. Sure, we know that people can be in the same place, and we know that the complex copies real spaces. But what's that mean for the green glow or rooms like this? With every answer, we get more questions, and I'm sure there will be a lot more asked before and after the movie comes out. But there's one more video that I haven't covered that I've been saving for the end that I want to talk about now. As a matter of fact, it's the only video in the Backrooms series that does not have the label of Backrooms in front of it. That video is I Remember. I Remember is the shortest video in the series, clocking it at only 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's also the only video that doesn't show up in the official Backrooms playlist. And I think that's because it's not something we're meant to know everything about now, but it certainly points us towards a lot. The video opens with the camera watching the sun peek through a window as wind chimes are heard. Someone begins a recording and begins to narrate. As they do, we see a missing persons poster on the ground, images of the sea and the sun splitting in on themselves, just like the sky did at the end of Overflow. We see Asynch's hallways and conference rooms bend and stretch on themselves. A diagram on the whiteboard tells us that cell images clustering leads to individual cell clarification. Perhaps the researchers were trying to better understand the bacteria, or something else we don't know of yet. We see old computers and servers, the early days of Async. We see the facility itself bend and bow. We see the same for the prototype that led to all of this in the first place. And then we see an image of a researcher in a gas mask with a protection hood standing before a great light. As he does, the image of himself bows as the light goes from yellow to green, witnessing something remarkable that is stuck with our narrator. Before finally we see an image of old computers lining a room, the image itself labeled CRN-S8R3. And as the image stretches, I Remember ends. This final image seems to be of a computer room. Perhaps the labeling, unless it's some code I haven't figured out yet, is just a designation for this room. Or perhaps something in this room that was meant to be remembered. Like perhaps it means computer room 9, slot 8, row 3, for example. There's not a lot we can do with this image yet, but there is a lot we can do with the narration. The narration read during this video reads as follows. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world, this was a vestige, falling forward under strangled ears. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea, a pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. But I remember, fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? You've always been here. I believe that this is about the complex, and I believe it's about the complex before it was ever even called that. And I believe the man we see in the mask and the man we hear narrating is Ivan Beck. And I believe that
Ivan
everything
Beck,
we have witnessed thus
the
far
director,
has been because of him. I mean, as Kane said, he's the protagonist and the antagonist of the story, right? All of that I'll talk about.
We mean antagonist? That sounds a villain name.
Said he's the protagonist and the antagonist of the story.
I'm pretty sure the director is an antagonist, I believe, or maybe he's evil, of course.
Right? All of that I'll talk about in a moment, but for now, to make sure we're all on the same confusing page, let's talk about the timeline. And let's do it in the only stupid way that I know how. See, look at this. It's color coordinated and everything.
Whoa.
It's also the best
okay.
I can do, so this is what you're going to get.
All right, here we go.
I mentioned most of the upload dates as we went through the series, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, Overflow is the earliest event we have on the timeline, occurring sometime in August of 1972. This is what caused the experiment that caused the green light to form, and as far as we know, is the first time humanity made contact with the complex. Or, you know, the energy that's behind the complex or something. After that, we don't have an event until May 10th of 1982, when Prototype takes place. During that gap, we know that a lot of research has been performed, because what started as an experiment that seemingly accidentally opened up the complex is now becoming them teleporting marbles to it or trying to access it. Now, according to the dialogue we hear at the beginning of the third test, we're told that in April of 1988, Ivan Beck gave a presentation to the United States government. In that presentation, he said that if Async was allowed to conduct their research on the complex, it would offer a solution to all future storage and residential needs. And obviously from presentation, we know that he's referring to putting people and things in the backrooms. This is important context because Beck gave this presentation before Async opened the threshold. That means sometime before April 1988 and either Overflow or Prototype, Ivan Beck figured out what was in the complex. Or he at least figured out it was a space that you could hypothetically put people and things in if you could open the door. But remember, Async didn't manage to keep the door open and explore it until first contact. So that means somehow Ivan had information about what the complex was before Async did, and that'll matter for the theories later. So in April of 1988, Beck gives this presentation, and by July, the third test happens. So seemingly, the presentation went well, Async began their research, and then by October 17th of 1989, first contact happens, or in other words, Async conducts their sixth test and manages to keep the doorway open. So we have what we know so far to be the first interaction with the complex taking place in August of 1972, and then Async gets the threshold open in October of 1989. So 17 years of research occurred between Overflow and first contact. 1 month later, in November of 1989, the lighting and tile survey takes place. So Async took a good month to map out the dimensions and specifics of what they were seeing. Of course, as we saw from lighting and tile survey, whatever mimicry this place was, it was pretty good at it. Then we move into 1990, when a ton of stuff happens. The vast majority of Async's role in the story occurs in 1990. As soon as Async managed to open the threshold in first contact, people began disappearing, and the earthquake also occurred, as mentioned earlier. But the video missing persons occurred on February 3rd of 1990. I believe the first date we get for a person going missing on one of the missing persons posters is in December of 1989, but by February of 1990, or just a couple months later, it's become a noticeable problem. Because of Async's meddling, people are falling into the backrooms. At the end of the month, on February 29th, or March 1st, as we talked about the leap year discrepancy, informational video occurs when Peter skips ahead 2 months. The rest of Async believes him to be dead or gone and fake his death. About a week later, on March 5th, in Motion Detected, Async sees on the security cameras that there are things in the complex that are getting very close to the threshold. About a week later, on March the 5th, Motion Detected takes place. This is when Async sees on their security cameras that these life forms are in the complex and very close to the threshold. We're not sure what Async's reaction to this is, but we do see what their reaction is to the next major story event, Pitfalls. It's very possible that, similar to their knowledge of Peter being alive later, to keep things running smooth, Async leadership didn't disclose to the rest of Async that they saw something on the security camera. Regardless, 2 months later, on May 6th, Pitfalls and Report take place. Pitfalls being the episode where Marvin falls into the pit and then sees the life form in the house at the end of the red street. He gets out of there, the camera's passed off to Async leadership, and on the same day, May 6th, they review it and become terrified by what they see. As we now know Clyde to be the one who reviewed the footage, and given his conspiracy with Ivan Beck to keep Peter's existence a secret, it's possible that when Clyde saw the life form in Pitfalls, he wasn't so much terrified by its existence, but rather terrified by the fact that now they can't keep it a secret. Or if they did know of the life form's existence, they thought they would stay away from people, but after watching the life form chase Marvin, that theory's out the window. So after Pitfalls and Report, Async boards up the opening just past the threshold, and for the time, stops their investigation further into the complex. Which is really bad timing because the next day, on May 7th, is when the Department of Energy is coming to see if Async is deserving of more funding. This is good explanation as to why in presentation, when it shows the Department of Energy people being toward the complex, They're just in that initial room past the threshold. They don't go past the opening that is now boarded up. And we see in presentation what Async's plans are to allow the government to use the complex for housing and storage. The Department of Energy is there for a few days, and while they're there, on May 8th is when Peter shows back up. Which, now that I think about it, I guess Peter got to what used to be the opening back to the room in the back rooms that led to the threshold and saw the giant boarded up wall. And we don't see it, but I guess he just broke through that, I guess. He's just built different. But Peter is alive. Only Clyde and Ivan Beck and maybe a couple other Async leaders know of this. So they put Peter in isolation while they figure out what to do with him. And then on May 22nd, when they are moving him to above ground housing, he escapes into the complex. And then 3 days later, on May 25th, is when Peter, hiding in the complex, attacks Mark and Marvin, stealing the shotgun, and then running back through the Async facility, as we see in Damage Control. All of that occurs on the same day, and then seemingly at the end of the chase, Peter falls and hits his head and dies. Or if you go by my theory, he's still out there somewhere, but we don't know for now. Despite this revelation within Async that the higher ups kept Peter's existence or post-death existence from them, they don't hesitate on their explorations, and on May 29th, Static Dead End takes place. This is when Async has covered the pits from pitfalls and made it to the room on the other side, where we can see the backrooms moving. Again, this could be them expanding or shrinking, we're not sure yet. But we are sure that it has something to do with the green glow, as we saw all the way back in Pitfalls. And so far, that is the end of our Async timeline. The last thing we see is them doing research in the back rooms, discovering these expanding walls and the door past Pitfalls, and then there is a huge gap in the timeline. Because our next event doesn't take place until over a year later in July of 1991. I mean, it's not huge compared to, like, the total time length we're working with, but it is huge considering that all of these were within like days or weeks of each other. Because after the last we see of Async's research, Found Footage 1 happens where we see a complex devoid of Async. Does that mean something happened to Async in there? Or it's also possible that the complex is just really big and the chances of someone falling into the back rooms and then coming across Async are pretty low. I mean, it'd be like dropping two people at random points in the ocean and hoping they swim into each other. But the first found footage happens, and the cameraman, named Kane from that episode, is seemingly attacked or killed by a life form. And then his camera falls out of the back rooms back into our reality. Obviously, we know that the threshold at Async allows people to come and go from the complex, but we haven't seen that done with null zones yet. We see people speaking through the null zones at the end of Found Footage 3, but no one actually passing back over. Although that does seem to be what's happening in the movie trailer, but we'll get to that. What we do know is if someone does go through the null zone that the camera fell through, that would be really bad, as that drops you back into reality, like 3,000 feet in the air. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine surviving the backrooms and getting out of it, only to fall to your death? Well, after the first found footage, we have an even bigger time jump. Because
that's for sure
nearly 4 years later, Found Footage 3 takes place in April of 1995. I mean, we see all the chaos that can happen to the complex in a couple months. Imagine what can happen in 4 years. And in Found Footage 3 is when we see the speakers with the weird music. We see signs that people have been trying to survive in there. We see the signs of the sun's splendor. We see a still life attack Ravi. And we see communication through a null zone, seemingly also through time. And then 4 months after that, in August of 1995, Found Footage 2 takes place, where the girls discover the null zone and she's experimenting with it and is pulled in. Again, we see an even further decayed complex. We see the growth over the walls with the picture, we see another life form attack, and we see that green glow everywhere, especially at the end. Perhaps if that green represents energy and it represents the complex changing, something Async does in this gap around here causes the complex to become far more unstable. Perhaps Ravi was just lucky, comparatively, in Found Footage 3 to come across areas that weren't unstable, but the cameraman in Found Footage 2 certainly found it. But this also shows how significant the time jump was for the camera in Found Footage 1, because it's not until after over a year has passed since Found Footage 2 that the camera from Found Footage 1 is recovered on September 23rd of 1996. Keep in mind, the only reason we have the date of July 1991 for Found Footage 1 is because that's the date on the clapboard at the beginning before that guy fell into the complex. So he might have skipped to 1996 when he fell in, or the camera did when it fell out. If he skipped when he fell in, then that means the complex we see from Found Footage 1 could have been one post all of the green glow and weird stuff we see in 2 and 3. Again, the complex could just be big. It could just be that the 3 found footage videos are missing everything happening with async because of distance, or the consequences of what we see in the found footage series is because of everything async did in 1990. The damage they left could be what the found footage series is experiencing. And then finally, the most forward jump we have on the timeline, again because of the commercial, is the fact that the dad who is speaking to Ravi in Found Footage 3 is doing so from 2007 to 2009. Communication in the complex, even with those outside of the complex, can span decades. And this isn't even considering the fact that the poster Ravi sees on the wall is from 2022. But that also makes it interesting that the complex doesn't seem to be pulling anything that could be from before 1972. I mean, sure, we see grandfather clocks and old inventions that could predate it, but we don't see like stone huts or like blacksmith shops. Everything we see could perceivably exist in a post-1972 reality. But why? Well, I have a theory as to why that I'll talk about later, but for now, there is one event on the timeline that I've kept from mentioning until now.
Ooh, a secret.
What just
I
happened?
didn't mean to do that. And that is Clark's expedition, that at least some of it happens on June 29th of 1990.
Interesting. Clark's expedition is June 29th, 1990. So I was right. This will take place in 1990s.
Oh, okay.
That's what were
Man, that's a big-
before that they found. That's what it before. Hold on. Let me close this caption. This is what before. That the I would say like the. Hold on. I would say like the. Wait, May, June. That was like what before that static dead end is like what happens to be. And July in the third test that could be like you know that like they checked out and you know they couldn't find out, but in a way that they weren't there before that Clark's expedition has founded as they arrived that something occurs that in the real world, you know, that's like what happens in the real world that had that's like more like more like I'm not like math guy, like I was also more like a 20% of people had legitimately done that and were stuck in the back room, so they were literally found the no zone, you know. Somehow they found out the no zone was even the thing throughout
Yeah,
the
well.
times. That's crazy though. That this is the Clark's exposition from the furniture store that he found out. We're about to find out that these timelines in Backrooms async could be true. Like,
Yeah, I know,
Chad,
right?
it's gonna be hype right now, Chad. It's gonna be hype movie until 2 weeks left, Hanson.
I know, right? Because this is the earliest we see a vacuum restoration before the
Yep.
other factor as well.
Yep.
What am I talking about? Well, in the trailer for the Backrooms film, we can see our protagonist, Clark, exploring the complex seemingly for the first time. And when he comes across a security camera, likely async security camera, we can see on the security footage that it was taken on June 29th of 1990. That means
That's
that at
super
least
early,
some
bro.
of events...
Yeah.
That's super early. So this is more like a prequel before the Found Footage show.
Yeah,
Think about it.
exactly. Yeah. And May 29th, that's where it ends. Wait. May. Yeah. I was right. That's what before happened at Clark's that found out that there is another no zone. So, in July will be a third test. So I'm believing what I said. Like maybe I'm trying to make sure if it's the right time that I remember where it takes place. Third test. Oh, the third test will be
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, I was wrong. No, I was wrong. It was July 2nd, 1988. I was wrong. That was before they actually tested the third test about the distortion system, but it's not that one. Yeah, that was before of May 29th, and that when the Clarks finds out there is a backroom zone. So yeah, that's where it's to it.
Mm-hmm.
In the film are set right here at the end of the timeline we've been building up to with much of the async storyline.
When's the film set? The 90s? 93, right? 1990, okay.
June, July 1990.
Okay.
The YouTube series is just at the end of May 1990, so it's right there.
Okay, gotcha. So we're all within the same, like, few months of each other?
Yep.
This gets me pretty excited for the film. I mean, more than I already was. Because most of my questions about the series are right here. How do the async events resolve? What did they do to the complex that makes it the way we see in the found footage sections? Kane has stated that this movie will work as a standalone, but it's also, of course, a part of this series.
Is the film going to tie in to the YouTube series? As in, like, it's a continuation of it?
Yes.
But it will also be standalone. The people that aren't familiar can
Yes.
Can walk into it. Okay.
Yeah, that was a massive piece of just the development of this. I have never been okay, like, retconning or breaking continuity. I think the film we have is one that absolutely is open to new viewers. I think it fits perfectly with where the YouTube series was heading. It bridges and sets up a number of things that I want to dig into more in the future. And I think on all fronts it just generally is perfectly in the continuity of the world that's been established.
So I think in the film we're going to get a lot of questions about async answered that I've been asking up until now. But as it stands, this is every piece of the timeline that we have so far. So now that we've established that, let's talk about the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean the things that will inevitably kill me. So there's a few things I want to talk about, but the first thing I want to talk about is what is the complex, literally. We can stew on symbolism in a moment, but for now, I'm asking what is it as it exists as a 3D space? Well, it seems in this recent batch of episodes, Found Footage 3 in particular, we get more information about it than we ever have. I've theorized since the first video that the Backrooms seems to be a place that amasses people's memories. Things that would otherwise be forgotten live forever here. But similar to a memory, it's not a perfect copy. At the end of Found Footage 3, we see what I think is a pretty good replication. In the blue house, it's good enough that both Ravi and the father can speak to each other from the same relative space, and Ravi can even identify details like the fish on the wall. But this room as well felt much more specific. There was drinks on the table, a chair was pushed over, there was signs of life in the house. All of the furniture and implements went where they're supposed to go. As far as copies go, the blue house is pretty good. But when we look at other spaces in the complex, that facade starts to crumble. Take, for example, the room seen in Found Footage 2. Sure, we see something that's trying to be a kitchen and a space nearby that might be a kitchen table, but the details are wrong, they're out of place, they're exaggerated. Or the house at the end that contains the life form, the one that the car crashed into. Seems to be a perfect layout of the house, but all of the details are missing, save for a few, like the picture on the wall. Like a memory, details fade, but the structures themselves do come from something that does exist. Now, while I think memories are certainly what Kane is going for here, that may not be the vehicle by which places in the complex are created. There might be a physical explanation as to why some parts of the complex are accurate to their real-world counterparts and other places are not. For example, null zones. We know that null zones work for at least people to cross into the complex, but what if it allows space to cross over as well? At the end of Found Footage 3, when we see the most accurate structure that we found so far, what happens at the end of that conversation? The father falls through a null zone. We've already established that the complex isn't hindered by time. So regardless of when the father falls through the null zone, the fact that that house is so close to a null zone makes its signal stronger, or its image more accurate to its real counterpart. Now, this theory also has some holes in it. If that were the case, then every initial room someone falls into should be pretty true to the Earth version, and then as they walk away, it becomes more distorted and dreamlike. But we know that's not the case. In Found Footage 1 and Found Footage 2, the first place they step into is already pretty deconstructed. Even if you want to say the null zones aren't true bridges. For example, say here you had 4 null zones that each have a counterpart in reality and a counterpart in the complex. You had 4 nulls. The null zones aren't true bridges. For example, say here you had 4 null zones that each have a counterpart in reality and a counterpart in the complex. Well, the way you may expect them to work is to connect directly across to each other like a bridge. So if the father in Found Footage 3 goes through the null zone in his house, he should show up in the complex counterpart in his house. But again, the complex is so weird about space-time. You could step into this one and wind up in this one. You could step in this one and wind up in this one. This guy could wind up in this one. And maybe sometimes they are direct, but for the most part, there's probably no predicting. Again, it's not like the complex cares for space or time. But even if that's the theory you're working with, then the null zone you fall into should be similar to somewhere, with all the appropriate specifics of that place's reality counterpart. But unless there's a plethora of empty white and carpeted rooms somewhere and endless yellow hallways, that doesn't seem to be the case. The other theory is perhaps spaces in the back room become more accurate when it has a hold of the person whose memories it's trying to copy. Say, for example, that the yellow wallpaper and elaborate hallways come from the memories of someone who only had an interaction with the complex for like a minute. Well, that would make sense as to why the hallways don't make sense, because if we want to think of the complex as a scanner, it didn't have enough time to copy the image. Whereas if someone like Ravi falls into a null zone, well, now the complex has days and weeks to copy images from his mind, so his memories should be much more specific. Or I should say, the manifestation of his memories. This could be an explanation for a weird detail that showed up in Found Footage 3. As I called out in Found Footage 3, we can see that in Ravi's house, he has a drum kit. And then sure enough, one of the things he runs into in the complex is a drum kit. If you ask me, this is too specific to be coincidental. The first theory to the complex that I mentioned could be true, and this space's proximity to the null zone that leads to Ravi's apartment could be the reason that it copied a drum kit, because in the real world there's a drum kit nearby, but it could also be because Ravi's nearby, so it's just building what he knows. This is a theory that's plausible, but we don't have enough information on to confirm or deny yet. If in the film or later in the series we see someone interact with a place that they recognize from our reality, then that probably means that I'm right about the second theory. That's all it takes to be considered good at these theories. If you just throw enough stuff out, someone will think you're clever. So the complex seems to be a place where memories manifest, or at least images from our reality are copied over. There's a bunch of theories that the complex is some kind of simulation, or everything in the backrooms is happening within a computer, as well as theories like everything in the complex is inside of the mind or a dream of Ivan Beck. And maybe metaphorically on that last point, but I don't think that's what's happening literally. For one, both of those explanations seem pretty lame, but we see so much interaction with the outside world and conversations with the DOE and people slipping into the complex that simulation or dream theory doesn't really track here. The complex is certainly a place, and it is certainly using information from our world. If it gets that information directly from the world or uses us as a conduit, we don't know yet. So now that we've talked about what the complex is, let's talk about some of the things that can be in it. Of which currently there are 3 things we know of, besides, people. That is the Hay bacillus bacteria, the life forms, and the still life. Let's go through each of these, and in blue I have things we know about them, and in orange my speculation on them. So, starting with the bacteria that we saw in Missing Persons, we know that the bacteria mutated in the complex as compared to its real-world counterpart. We know from its discovery in Missing Persons that it at least can exist on dead bodies, and from what we see in Autopsy Report, we know it has the capability to preserve body parts. Now, for some minor speculation, we know that there are several black growths around the complex. These seem to be strains of the bacteria that are growing everywhere. It seems that the bacteria attaches to bodies after
a virus.
death. In other words, they're not the cause of
I know,
death.
right?
Sure, they have the ability to preserve organs, but we never hear anything about the bacteria itself being dangerous. But what we do hear is a lot of coughing. From Found Footage 1 to Pitfalls, anytime someone's in the complex for a while, they start to cough. I believe this is because
might
of
be
the bacteria is
that's why.
present.
Yeah, it could be.
Why do you sit there and leave security get though? So we need to get out of there fast, bro.
If they
It's you.
cut, well, no, they wouldn't make it alive. If they have bring their own med kits and bandages, that will be helpful to be still alive. You know, if they don't
Yeah,
have
but
one, then they will never survive ever again. You know,
yeah,
forever.
even though you bring medical kit, you probably wouldn't make a backroom alive though, anyways. If you think about it.
Well, there is a entirely thing that they didn't actually bring a med kit, so they never know that there is actual affections each
Mhm.
areas. You know, that
Yeah.
we never exactly know if this area is safety that could be good enough to be here, right?
Mhm.
If you like, for example, if you see like a mushrooms, like moldy rooms, that's where the toxic rooms you will never be allowed.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm good with that.
It may not be lethal, but it certainly attaches to whoever it can. And being that small, it would explain how it's able to get through Asynch's respirators, as again we see with Marvin in Pitfalls. Now, the other entity who we see the most of in the series is the life form. The life form shows up in Found Footage 1, Found Footage 2, Motion
Even the
Detected, and
black,
Pitfalls.
even
Well,
the
what we know
black
about the life form is it
black
has
figure
at
on
least
it.
some mimicry. It's at least
Every
shaped a
footages
little bit like a human, and the noises it makes are reminiscent of people. A lot of people
of
compare him to the
mimicking
head crab
people.
zombies from Half-Life. It sounds like there is someone screaming
They
in
also
there.
Half-Life.
Compare him to the head crab zombies from Half-Life.
Oh yeah, because
Actually it does. You know,
it
might
kind of
be.
does because the way they stream is kind of similar though. They just war and ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, they
Half-Life.
just.
He does mean by Half-Life with the head crab zombies that could mimicking their voice because they're
Mhm.
controlling it. Those crabs controlling them. You know.
Mhm.
It sounds like there is someone screaming in there. It's just so distorted and muffled. What comes out?
That's crazy that Kane's idea should be added in the Half-Life inspiration though. That is insane.
I know, right?
It comes together. It's all comes together.
Is monstrous. They seem to be hostile or at the very least attracted to people. In every instance, once they see a human, they begin to chase them. We've never seen what happens when they get a hold of someone, but given their everything, it's probably not good. From Found Footage 2, we see that they definitely come from growths. Whatever that nest was in the back room of the house the car crashed into, the life
Siren Head 2? Oh, kind of does, maybe. Maybe Siren Head? I think so, Blazer.
form came out of it. It seemed to be waiting there in dormancy until someone came by. And we also
I would
always
say
see them
Siren Head
after
2,
human
but
aftermath.
maybe.
In Found Footage 1, one showed up right after we saw the writing on the wall. In Pitfalls, we saw one right after Marvin found the camp where it looked like someone had been living. And of course, in Found Footage 2, one comes out of the room where seemingly the driver of the car died. Going into further theories with them, though, it seems that they're attracted to noise in general. Besides everyone making noise before they're attacked, we can see that on the writing from Found Footage 1. On that wall writing, we see phrases like, "I fear the sound doesn't stop," "God closed his eyes," but we also see "it hears me" repeated over and over. And again, this is right before the life form attack, so we can assume by "it," the writer meant the life form. There's also the writing on there that says, "Don't move, stay still." So maybe like a T-Rex, if you just hold still, the life form won't see you. But understandably, everyone who's encountered one so far starts screaming and running. I also believe that the life forms are made of human parts. If you look closely, especially at the one in Pitfalls, it looks like human bones connected improperly, as if its arm is several
pretty disturbing,
femurs and a
though.
hip coupled together. Combine that with the tubes or organs that run over them and the fact that their calls sound kind of human, it seems that these things are made from scavenged human remains. Speaking of the dead, they also seem to have vocalizations from the recently dead. The found footage life forms make this kind of obvious as it's someone screaming, which yeah, that's probably what they were doing before this 12-foot tall thing killed them. But it's especially apparent in Pitfalls, as the whole reason Marvin went over there in the first place is because he heard someone calling for help. And when we find the life form, it's repeating the phrase, "Is anyone there? Can somebody help me?" over and over. These were probably the final words of whoever was staying in that house. The life form now repeating it to lure others in. And again, from found footage 2, they build these large nests where people have died. It looks like in the same spot where the person in the car likely bled out, the life form grew around them, eventually consuming their pieces. And finally, we have our most recent and so far most scarce form of life in the complex, still life. We only see still life in found footage 3, and from what we see, they are very aggressive. They seem to run with much more precision and determination than the life forms. They are also very humanoid. Sure, the life form has elements of being a human, but other than the specifics, the still life seems to be in the full shape of a person. Sure, the details we can make out as it's running look kind of uncanny, but the way it runs, the way it crawls, looks like a person. But at the same time, we see that while they are human-like, they do not have human intellect. In other words, they know how to do things like knock on doors or turn off lights, but it doesn't know when to do them. As when Ravi's making his initial escape from it, he shuts the door, so the life form knocks. It's as if it knows humans are supposed to knock on doors, but not when or why. So now let's talk about some of my inferences with the still life. What is the only other humanoid thing we see in found footage 3? The only other thing that has the shape of a person? That's right, the statue or statue thing coming out of the ground in front of the blue house. What do we also see in front of the blue house? A bunch of empty clothes and blood everywhere. The still life we see run at Ravi looks strangely colorless, and a lot of its details faded and blurred together. I think the half statue we see in the ground is an incomplete still life being birthed from the complex itself. I also believe that the still life might be trying to mimic human behavior. That seems obvious given my previous point about them knocking on the door, but what I mean by this is for some reason they want to seem human even though they clearly aren't. They seem to be brutal and leave carnage behind them, as seen from the site in front of the blue house and as seen by how they chase Ravi. And most interestingly to me, they seem to just be an icon of people. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the one we see coming up out of the ground in front of the blue house in found footage 3, again, assuming I'm right and assuming that's a still life, we see that it has a phone up to its ear.
There, I knew it. He's holding a phone.
Oh, I thought he was just scratching his head though. It's funny his head.
If you look, there's a phone. There's a phone. It's a cell phone that holding it. That looks more like it. He's calling a phone someone.
Why would a still life or any creation need to have a phone? Well, what if that's the state someone else was in before they were copied? If all the complex...
That might be the guy, that might be a guy who got affected. I'm assuming that his dad. Could it be that he's affected because he went in the no zone and then times? So he went back in time of an after or before? He'll be chased by Ravi as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, it could be though, but
It could be a still life.
Can make as recreations, then we can assume that the still life is a recreation of someone. And it takes a snapshot of whatever they are in a moment or their icon and then pastes that into the complex. I don't know yet why this would make them so violent or why they would want people dead, but I think still lifes are a creation of the complex as much as the rooms are. And I have a theory that connects all of these forms of life together. Beginning with the still life, I think that the still life is the complex's attempt at creating people. We know it does the same thing with space, right? For some reason, it takes influence from the real world and copies it in its own walls. I think still life means the complex is doing that, but with persons. This could be something it's always done. This could be something it's done since Async's meddling, which would explain why the only time we see it is in 1995, 5 years after Async. And I think that's why Kane referred to it as still life. Again, inanimate objects given shape. These creatures are made up of the walls and grounds of the complex. That's why they seem to be made of the same material they're rising up from. And I think just as the spaces within the complex mimic our spaces, the still life mimic our behavior. It makes sense to me because just like how the complex doesn't know how tall the chairs are supposed to be, or where the sink or oven's supposed to go, it doesn't know when people are supposed to knock. The still life are the pieces of humanity with the specifics out of place, just as the spaces themselves are the places of humanity, but with the pieces all messed up. Just how the Backrooms are a dreamlike representation of the reality we're in, the still life are a nightmare of what we are. But with my theory, I'm not sure why the complex would think if the complex does think, why the complex would assume that humans are super violent all the time, unless that's like a commentary on us being awful. But I think a lot of the bodies we see in the complex may be the result of still life killing people who fall into the backrooms, to which those bodies are then infested by the bacteria. We know that the bacteria infest dead bodies, and we know that it can preserve organs. Why would the bacteria need to keep body parts around? Maybe because that's what life forms are made up of. And remember how life forms always seem to come from the mold or bacterial growth? Well, I believe that the bacteria and the life form are the same thing. The cycle of life goes kind of like this. After someone dies, the bacteria cover their body and preserve some elements. Elements that can be useful later, like bones or a heart or lungs or vocal cords. When enough of the bacteria have formed together, they create these elaborate colonies that are capable of motion. It doesn't have to just use body parts. There's a popular theory that the life form we see in Found Footage 1 uses a camera tripod for part of its composure. The bacteria could consume whatever it wants, but at least some of what it consumes, as we know from Missing Persons and Autopsy Report, is organs. Are organs. Is organ. Whatever. And these bacterial colonies need to continue to grow. So it uses information gleaned from its last subject, things like a cry for help, and then uses that to lure others in. I think that's why we get things like in Pitfall, where we have a 10-foot tall life form that seems to be two bodies shoved together. This also explains why their movement is so jolted and clunky. I mean, it's a massive bacterial colony trying to get human parts to move towards something else. And honestly, my biggest piece of evidence for this whole thing is among the pictures that Kane posted to his Ko-fi account, or Ko-fi, however you pronounce it. When he posted the very first image of a life form, he titled it Bacteria. So that would mean that the bacteria, and therefore the life form, is the only organic substance we see in the complex. And we can assume that Hey Bacillus came over with a person or an animal at some point through a null zone, as it's not like they said the Hey Bacillus came from the complex, it just mutated there. While the only form of life we do see comes straight from the complex seems to be inorganic, as it appears to be made from the structure of the complex itself. This leads me to believe that the complex itself can't create true life. It can create the shape of life using the components it has around it to mimic people, but these are effectively automatons and a far cry from the organic life, mutated or otherwise, that we find in the complex.
That makes sense now.
We know that the complex itself became less stable as Async began to mess with it, hence the missing persons cases and the earthquakes. Perhaps the complex, like an immune system, is attempting to shake Async off, hence the still life. And if the still life are effectively the complex's antibodies, well, that explains why they're so violent. They're not organic, they're not real life, but their job is to make sure that all the real life stays away. Perhaps the complex doesn't want anyone in it in the first place. And these null zones that keep opening are just a byproduct of Async's meddling. Also, I keep using words to describe the complex like wants or thinks. But keep in mind, I'm saying that in a very loose sense. As if I said, if I drop this coffee mug, it'll want to fall. I mean gravity's going to make it fall, but you get it. Whatever force that is in the complex might be attempting to repel people. We don't know why or when the complex
I think the complex must be alive, though.
Or why the bacteria mutated into these colonies that can create life forms that hunt other people down. But it may all be a symptom of the complex's affinity, willing or otherwise, to keep people out. I should also mention that if my theory about still life is correct, then there's nothing saying the complex has to make the still life look like a human. If these are just defensive measures of the complex system, then it could be anything that could ward off people. The mimicry could be based on a vehicle, or a statue, or a really tall paper mache giant on wheels. That's not me saying Kane is going to put the rolling giant in the back rooms. I'm just saying he can, and I don't like that. But a lot of these theories about the nature of the complex
couldn't be in the back rooms, though. That'll be way scarier than
for example, when Peter glitched into the future, we see him turn into a corner where he hears a crowd of people speaking. And as soon as he hears them, that's when Peter skips 2 months ahead. We know from Found Footage 3 that Peter likely came across the threshold of a null zone, somewhere where the line between the complex and reality is thinned, and he heard a crowd of people that seemingly are connected to this space, or the space with the yellow wallpaper at some point in time. Similar to what we saw in Found Footage 3, this thinning of the barrier is followed by a flash or a burst of energy that either throws someone into the complex or, as we saw with Peter, throws them forward in time. My theory with the life forms also ties into a lot of the stuff we see with Async. Obviously, Marvin coming across the life form in pitfalls, but also the remnants of people that Async finds. If you'll remember in some of the early videos, they come across piles of clothes surrounded by this black growth or mold. This would make sense because when someone is killed, the bacteria doesn't need their clothes, just their body parts. So someone dies, they're consumed by the bacteria keeps what it needs while the rest decomposes, and then as the life form travels away, all that's left is the
so
victim's
scary.
clothes and a black
Sounds
stain.
pretty
My
unsettling,
theory of
though.
the life forms using human body parts is further supported by what Async saw in motion detected. As the life form we
They're
see
formed by the
corner
growing
seems to have
together. They don't
legs
need.
for a
They don't.
head.
They
I
need
also think
bodies.
something happens with Async between what we see of them in 1990 and what we see in Found Footage 3 and 95 that causes Async to realize that the life forms are attracted to sound. Hence, several of the speakers we see playing music set up throughout the complex. Perhaps these work as lures.
So they
As it
love
seems,
music?
Async is catching on to a lot of this.
I mean, they
Like
like
we saw
hear
in
anything
Remember
strange in
on
the
the
back room.
whiteboard, they say cell images clustering results in individual cell classification. Perhaps they mean the bacteria forming around bodies and then becoming life forms. And there's a lot of stuff they've started to figure out that we're just putting the pieces together on, like the nature of null zones and the Backrooms expansion. Which the majority of the expansion stuff we see is in the Found Footage series, set after the 1990 timeline, when the wallpaper becomes stretched as if the space is growing, as if it hasn't finished its image yet. We even see this in Found Footage 1 for a moment. But there
Oh
are
no,
a
it's
couple
okay though. You
places
see that?
we see the Backrooms
Yeah.
expanding in the Async timeline. For one, there's static dead end, where they're monitoring the growth of the rooms by putting tape up to measure its expansion. But on the timeline, the first instance of this we see is during Peter's flash forward. An informational video, when Peter's wandering by himself, he comes across the room with the wheelbarrow and the axe. But as he goes further into the room, he comes across another wheelbarrow that is a copy of the first one, but much larger. And on the wall behind it, the wallpaper is stretching. I think this is effectively a room under construction. Perhaps the real space is meant to be outdoors, so the room approximates it with wallpaper that looks like trees and grass. We can see it growing in one place and copying the same wheelbarrow, but much bigger. It's like it doesn't know what to do with it yet, and instead of giving us a house, it's just the picture of the side of one. The complex seems to be changing, and I have a theory as to what's causing it. The sun has made an appearance in a lot of the imagery we see throughout the series. To get it out of the way, because I mentioned the Splendor sun earlier, I don't think Splendor specifically has significance to this series, at least not yet. If Kane is laying the groundwork to give Splendor meaning within this story, at this point we've only seen it once and there's not a lot to go with. For now, I think it's more of an Easter egg in preparation for some other series he has planned, or perhaps since the last episode of People
Facts.
Still Live Here was titled Sunshine, it'll make an appearance in that series. But for now, I think this is just an Easter egg. With my luck, the movie's going to be full of these things, and it's going to be like the most crucial element of the whole plot. And if that's the case, then I don't know, I guess I'm mad about it. But what we have seen a lot is the literal sun. In informational video, we see an image of the setting sun overlaid on an image of the threshold. In home video, there's an extended shot of the sunset over the ocean. The sun seems to be a consistent theme throughout the series, and outside of the series that we'll talk about in a second. But before we even get into theory, there are a couple moments in the series that seem to be defined by the sun. And those are two of the first several moments that humanity made contact with the complex. So, as we understand it, the first time humanity interacted with the complex was on August 4th of 1972. This is when overflow takes place. We see the piece of paper signed by Ivan Beck, and then we see the green glow. August 4th of 1972 is also, coincidentally, the date of one of the biggest solar storms in recorded.
What? Solar System
Ooh.
Stores August 1972 were a historical, powerful series of solar system with intense extreme solar flares, solar particle event, and geometric storm components in early August 1972 during Solar Clyde 20. Interesting.
Oh,
What?
wow, no way. No way the back room caused that.
History.
That's
This solar
crazy.
storm was so massive that it messed with several radio and television
Oh.
signals on Earth. Solar storms give off intense electromagnetic radiation. And
it's like not like AMP, but kind of does like AMP, like more like a distorted, made out of electricity, electromagnetic, like, make it like, sounds pretty bad, really awful when it sounds pretty bad. So it gives like, I think it gives something more, a big mystery about the
Earth. Solar
storm
was so massive that it messed with
Yeah,
several radio
those are pretty
and
well
television
though.
signals
So
on Earth.
don't see them
Solar
often.
storms give off intense electromagnetic radiation, and it can affect everything across wave spectrums from X-rays to radio signals and television signals to even the visible light spectrum. And
that's kind of like what it does. That they created a threshold for the first contract or third contract. I don't know.
And what is the machine Async uses to get into the complex? The low proximity magnetic distortion system. So it would make sense that a solar storm would affect this equipment, and perhaps give it the supercharge it needs to make contact with the complex, to effectively break through to the other side. As the sun sets, there's a chance to witness a rare phenomenon known as a green flash. This happens when the atmospheric composition is just right to separate the visible light rays of the sun from its typical red and yellow light into its more base parts that includes the shorter wavelength of green. And on the same day Ivan Beck and his team seemingly make their first contact with the complex, what color do we see the
first
system
contact.
give off? A green glow. Now, I'm just touching the surface on this. There is a ton of nitty-gritty you can get into when it comes to the science within the Backrooms series, and a channel I highly recommend for that is Little Red SM. She makes fantastic videos looking into several AR.
We did see this already.
I mean, she make
Definitely.
a very good background video though.
Yep, there it is. There it is that we saw already. We know what it is from the Backwards movie theory.
But for Kane's Backrooms specifically, she has hours of coverage over just this green light phenomenon. If you're like me and you really like to dive into a topic like this, I'll have her channel linked in the description. Can't recommend it enough. But that isn't the only time a solar storm makes its way into the story. If you'll remember, on the third test, when Async was trying to open the complex, they failed. It wouldn't be until the sixth test in October of 1989, in First Contact, that Async manages to open the threshold and keep it open. So what happened between the third test and the sixth test? Well, maybe it's because, in the real world, October of 1989 was home to several solar storms and solar flares. Meaning that once again, maybe the reason Ivan and Async managed to get through in First Contact is because the sun lended the energy, or distorted their magnetic system enough that it did whatever it needed to do to open the threshold. Did Async know of this and time it for that date, or was this just a lucky coincidence? We'll come back to the sun in a second, but for now, there's probably another question that you're asking. The complex seems pretty complicated. You have to have this super vast array of scientific knowledge and equipment and then get lucky due to energy of the sun, assumedly. And how did Async know to try to get into the complex in the first place? How did someone figure out there was something over there? And who's behind Async anyway? Who's been helming this exploration for the beginning? Well, I think all of those questions can be answered by one. Who is Ivan Beck? Ivan Beck's name shows up all over the series. He's the one who was called when Peter Tinch was discovered alive. He's the one who was supposed to be there for the presentation and damage control after Peter assumedly died. He was the one in the third test who was mentioned as going to the government to try to get funding for Async. He's the one who brought the body and autopsy report to be examined by a medical examiner. It seems that he's in the know on everything that's happened so far, and seemingly is the one who's calling the shots. His official title within the series is Vice Director of Async, but I don't buy that. If there is a true director, then they're probably just a figurehead or some connection to the government. Ivan Beck seems to be the one leading this project because seemingly he's the one who discovered the complex. We never see Ivan Beck in the series, and there's not a lot to infer about him from the Kane Pixels channel, but there is a lot to infer about him in the Not Kane Pixels channel. Not Kane Pixels is Kane Pixels' second account, despite what the name may lead you to believe. Also, the profile picture for Not Kane Pixels at the moment is that godforsaken son that's going to haunt me in my dreams. On Not Kane Pixels, Kane mostly posts his music. In case you didn't know, Kane composes all of the music for the series as well. Not only that,
crazy,
but he
though.
makes way more music than he makes videos. So there are hundreds of unique tracks on the Not Kane
There is
Pixels
some of them are
channel,
my favorites
each with their
though.
own unique title and
Yeah,
cover
like it's Still
art,
Life.
and some of which you've
Yep,
been
Still
hearing
Life,
throughout this video.
and probably
yes,
the
that's right,
Backrooms
Kane,
series
who's already
OST.
had as much success as he has
Mhm.
had from visual storytelling, is also a musician. So sometimes, I guess, God finds
He's a
it funny
really
to
most
give all of
professional
his gifts to one
composer
guy
and
for some
director
reason, but he
of
also
the
puts me here to keep
Backrooms.
them humble. So I want to let you know that he smells. Not actually, he doesn't smell, but he could. You wouldn't know. I would. And maybe he does. Who knows? A lot of the music on Not Kane Pixels is standalone and doesn't seem to relate to any of the series he's made.
Yeah,
But some of it does.
not
For example,
not
The
one of the
Oldest View
videos
has
that
a
that's
soundtrack.
others.
There's several actual track songs and fake track songs for People Still Live Here. Like songs like Ocular Migraine would belong in there. Songs with titles like Shepherd Boss Fight, Wave, parentheses, Real, probably not. There's also several songs on here that will probably never get used for a series, if I had to guess. Songs with titles like Glory to Lockheed Martin and Holy Land Algorithm and Oops, No More Job Market. He also made me a
That's
song
funny.
called
Okay.
Iceberg Boy that you
That's a
guys
funny
have
title.
probably heard in the intro to a lot of my videos.
Oh wow, he was collabing
There's
with him.
also an AI song on there.
AI
me
song.
poorly singing Whistle by Jason Derulo.
What the
Look
fuck?
Next to
at Lipstick,
a
bro.
song called TikTok Sigma
me
Male
canny, bro.
Trillionaire Grind Set.
This has to be the meme, honestly, dude. That's gonna be a
looks-
shit post.
It looks too much Thanos.
What the hell?
And the picture for
No,
that
that's
one
Kingpin
is
Thanos, bro.
Thanos
Kingpin.
in a suit coat.
Mm.
Youngest director in A24's history, by the way. I point all of that out because the unofficial playlist
In
for the
history,
Backrooms
Good, of
series is
course.
a playlist on Not Kane Pixels called Out of Sync. What's funny is I think only part of one of these songs actually shows up in the Backrooms series, but it's clear given what I'm about to talk about that a lot of the titles and imagery we see connects to it. For example, the first track in the playlist is called A Long Time Ago, and the artwork for that song is by George Brim. If you'll remember, he's the same artist who did the painting of the girl that showed up in the house in Found Footage 2 and in the related home
What?
video. On the cover for the
Yo.
song, What the Fuck Are You Talking About?, we see an image of the sun setting over the ocean. In another track on this playlist, we see that same image overlaid with an image of Async. This is for the song Sailing, Kane's cover of the Christopher Cross song. One of the lyrics to this song is if the wind is right, you can sail away, which if you'll remember is one of the things Peter wrote on the wall while he was imprisoned within Async. So establishing that the Out of Sync soundtrack has a connection to the Backrooms series, I want to pose the theory, not like I'm the first to say this, that this soundtrack is about the life of Ivan Beck. And for my reasoning on that, we must first look at Kane's other Backrooms soundtrack, the official Backrooms OST. This is the soundtrack that shows up through most of the series. So while we've heard a lot of these tracks before, it's the cover art and titles that I'm interested in now. I'm going to say this and it's not going to make any sense, but I have to say it now because otherwise all of the pieces I'm about to say are going to sound confusing. But I think that in that 1972 experiment, Ivan Beck not only witnessed the complex, but was injured by the ensuing energy that left him with amnesia and a missing eye, as well as his never-ending desire to make it back to the complex. For example, several of the tracks have this cover image. This is an image of a researcher standing in front of a green glow, or as we know now, one of the magnetic reactions that leads to the complex. We've seen this image before. It was the image that became distorted in I Remember, which we'll get to in a minute. But if this is a researcher witnessing a green glow, and assuming they're not within the complex, the only time we've seen someone in reality witness a green glow was in Ivan Beck's 1972 experiment, during the first contact. And the last song in this playlist that has this cover image is titled Congratulations, Ivan. Now this could be for some future event within the series, maybe when Async falls apart and Ivan gets everything he's been looking for, but this can also be indicative of the moment that Ivan opened that first portal. But But I think the most telling image we get of Ivan Beck through this playlist is the series of songs that has this cover. We see a man in a suit coat with a censored face. Behind him, we can see the charts of several tests, and in the bottom left corner, we can see the headline from the faked vineyard wreck that they used to cover up Peter's disappearance. Something that we know was orchestrated by
This is
Ivan.
awesome.
Around him, we also see 8 rods pointed
Just
in
love
on
the
each
design.
other. This is the prototype machine that we saw in Prototype, or in other words, Async's first attempts to get into the Backrooms. And at the center of it is what would be Ivan's face, but instead it's covered with an image. This image is a picture of the sun during the August 1972 solar storm. And the spot
Wait, what?
that the
That's
solar
crazy,
storm would
what the heck?
normally be in
Yep.
is covering Ivan's
Crazy.
right eye. This also lines up with a few sketches that Kane has posted or shared to his Discord, including this image of what seems to be Ivan Beck with a headache. However, his right eye is obscured, and in the silhouette we see behind him, we see a projection of Ivan again with the right eye injured and the sun appearing in his head. Or this artwork that depicts a scientist working on the prototype with text around him that says, "Forever. You won't find yourself there because you don't really exist." And throughout the image and on the young scientist we see, the right eye is gone. Although through some of the other images it looks like the left eye. But maybe it's like, because it's a drawing, the left eye is normal because the right one's enlightened or whatever. I don't know. Establishing these things about Ivan, let's look back at the Out of Sync playlist. As mentioned, the first song is called A Long Time Ago. In a series of images Kane posted and has since deleted, among them he said that Ivan Beck was born in Karlovy Vary, Czechoslovakia in 1931. Karlovy Vary 31 or KV31. KV31 being the group who is conducting research on the low proximity magnetic distortion system. Now, it's also worth mentioning that the name KV31 is in reference to a real discovery, as it's the name given to an ancient Egyptian tomb that was found in the Valley of Kings. But you can see the connection between an ancient tomb being discovered and the complex being opened. I don't think it's coincidental that KV31 also lines up with Ivan's place and time of birth. But a long time ago, when Ivan was a boy in Czechoslovakia, he didn't have to worry about all that. There are some tracks I could make reaches for, like Insight in Mind, which pictures an American community, potentially being when Ivan was young and immigrated to the United States. But for now, until we get more information about Ivan, I'm just going to stick with stuff that I believe to be true as it relates to the complex and his injury. For example, there's a track titled Post-Traumatic Amnesia, the cover art being of an eye showing several rooms within the facility bending in on each other. This is likely in reference to Ivan after the initial incident. There's another track on here with a really interesting cover called A Life Entropy Part 1 that has this cover image. And of course, just going to go ahead and point it out, that stupid sun is there off to the right staring at me, and I don't like it. This is a famous historical image called the Flammarion Engraving. It's a medieval artwork that depicts a peasant walking to the edge of the flat earth and looking out past the firmament. Or in other words, someone stepping off the plane of our existence as it was understood then. And as he looks out past the sky and the stars, he can see everything. He sees the solar system, he sees the heavens, he even sees an image of wheels within wheels, in reference to Ezekiel's depiction of the angel he viewed during his vision, leading to what is now commonly referred to as a biblically accurate angel. Again, even though all angels in the Bible are therefore biblically accurate. And also, yes, I found some way to mention them in this video. It's me. Of course I did. But if this playlist is in reference to Ivan, I believe this to be representative of him finding the complex, of him crawling out past the firmament, past the boundaries of what we know to be reality. There's a track called The Same Material that begins with a shot of a California evening, but then fades into an image of the threshold and then an image of the threshold covered in green. There's a track called Sea Ice that has several nature shots, from ice floating across the sea to Aurora Borealis, notably green, and the sun rising over the ocean itself. Keep all this sun and ocean symbolism in mind for later. There's another track called Ivan Visits the Light plus Defy, which shows the sun rising on a suburban home. There's a track called Ivan V2, spelled IVN, which is a sequel to another track on Not King Pixel's channel that's just called IVN. That one features someone floating in the midst of green light while their whole face is shown. And then here in Ivan V2, we see that same floating image only this time, instead of a whole face, we just see a single eye. Perhaps this is the moment that Ivan first
I'm not gonna
experienced the
lie,
complex,
that picture
the
is
moment
so
he made
hard right
contact
now.
with the energy of what was on the
It
other
go
side.
hard, man.
Then
It's
there's a
peak,
track
bro.
called Visible Light, which shows a sketch of seemingly Ivan surrounded by people and the prototype. However, as the song goes on, it begins to change. The picture becomes blue. We see mountains rising beneath him. Behind him,
Whoa,
we
that's
see what
go
appears
hard,
to
bro.
be the ocean, and the colors
That's so
stretch through
sick.
the entire visible light spectrum from blue to red.
Yep,
and of
that
course,
is a crazy
ending with
artwork
green.
right there.
And currently, the final track on this playlist, titled Old Song, has another George Brim artwork, perhaps now representing Ivan Old, a changed man from that first song a long time ago.
You know, that's his drawing though. That's Kane's drawing though. I don't know how long that he's been drawing like this.
I mean, he's a pretty good artist, though. I mean, this artwork is pretty good, though.
I love Kane's artwork though, not gonna lie to you.
And that's most of the symbolism of the timeline of the soundtrack. Things I mentioned earlier, like Sundown Entry Wound, that shows the sun with the green flash, is especially applicable now since we have the theory of Ivan being injured by the sun itself. But there's a couple other tracks in this playlist that are particularly important. Those are Overlooking the Sea and You Have Always Been Here. If that sounds familiar, that's because both of those titles are quotes from the video I Remember. I believe I Remember
Yep,
to be
they're
a
from I
monologue
Remember.
of Ivan Beck.
Correct.
And if the soundtrack isn't proof enough, there's proof of that in the series as well. In the beginning of Overflow, when we see the night sky before we see the experiment where Ivan Beck gave humanity its first touch with the complex, we hear a strange sound.
Market and non-market economies. Well, as I've said, that our negotiations in this area with the Soviets are just...
That's right, wind chimes. Kind of makes sense for the outside night sky setting, but it's not the only time we see it show up. At the end of Found Footage 2, when we see that the entire video was being watched by someone from their television, when we cut back to the television, sure enough, once again, we hear wind chimes. So it seems to me that these wind chimes are a tell of Ivan Beck. He was the only character, or at least named character we know of, involved in Overflow, and we heard wind chimes then. And if the camera from Found Footage 2 was recovered, it would make sense that Ivan would be the one to view it. Sure enough, there we hear wind chimes. And then in I Remember, at the very beginning, we open with a shot of wind chimes. Without even looking at the Not Kane Pixels channel, this is an indicator to me that Ivan Beck is the one speaking. So now that we know that our mystery man who's behind all of this is talking, let's think about what he has to say. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears. Ivan is calling back to something he had that meant something. In a world of strangled ears, of people who have forgotten, he remembers something that was important. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea. A pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. This thing he had that was so important was destroyed, and it was lost along with everything else that had been forgotten. But I remember fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves. He's still speaking within this metaphor for losing something and it falling to the sea, but there's something more here he's talking about, something that should sound familiar. Forgotten things, things folding in on themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. He's speaking of something that wars against existence itself. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? Again, as we see that researcher who I believe to be Ivan witnessing the green flash for the first time, before we see an image of a server room, as Ivan closes with, "You have always been here." This same image being the cover image of another track on the Out of Sync playlist called Remains. So, what do I think he's talking about here? Ivan Beck believes he had something special. It was something that mattered until the sea took it. And now that he's lost it, he is doing everything he can to get it back. Whatever this thing is, it's so worth remembering. It's so worth going back for. It doesn't matter if it tears apart the sky, because what could there be that's greater than this? There's a few possibilities here. Either Ivan lost someone or something, and perhaps he believes he lost them to the complex. Or, say it was a loved one who died, perhaps Ivan thinks if the complex is full of our memories, maybe the memory of that thing or that person could still exist in there. A mausoleum where you can forever access what once was. Or Ivan could be speaking of the complex itself. The memory he has of it is enough to want to get it back. It was something important. But the sea became lost within itself. There's a lot of symbolism that shows up with that between the sun and the ocean imagery. I think the sea is a great way to look at the complex as it relates to humanity. The sea, for most of human history, was an impossible, insurmountable force. It stretched on and on. It had to be full of monsters and was something we could never hope to venture into, let alone map. But sure enough, we did. And then we did the same with the moon. And we continue on and on in our discovery, but now humanity's found the complex. And just like that, once again, humanity is standing on the shore overlooking the sea, wondering how we could ever get across it. And here's Ivan, another sailor with a home by the ocean, looking at everything he's lost to it and wondering how could he do anything else. I believe Ivan Beck lost something to this sea, and it's something he wants to get back. And if it's not any one thing, it might be his memory. Remember, there's a lot of references to amnesia, that Ivan's forgetting something that he can't remember, but maybe the complex has. If Ivan suffered amnesia from his injury, but the complex copied his memory, then maybe, as he said in I Remember, the sea took it from him, or at least as he sees it. That piece of him, what he's afraid he'll never get back, has always been there. Some take this to mean perhaps there is a mimic or a copy of Ivan that's been in the complex for decades. Some even saying maybe that's what IVN means. It's this evil or complex variation of Ivan. But I don't think so. I think it's part of his identity that he needs back. I think he was a sailor at the ocean, and then the ocean took everything he remembered. So what could he do other than sail into it? Maybe Async can open the threshold. Maybe all of these secrets will come to life, and he'll find whatever he's missing. Hey, if the wind's right, you can sail away. And the sun, this impossible entity that seemingly blinded him and gave him new vision, might just be the when he needs to do it. As a matter of fact, the sun and ocean imagery has been in the series as long as the series has been around. Because if you go all the way back to the first found footage and see the writing that someone left on the wall, above the shut eyes we see a window. And when we look through the window, we see the sun over the sea. Ivan Beck is Captain Ahab, and the complex is his white whale. As the whale took Ahab's leg, the complex took his eye and his memory of something that mattered. And he'll die if it means getting it back. I mean, what could be greater than this? I think Ivan is an inciting character at the back of everything. As a matter of fact, I think he's the reason that the complex looks the way it does. In other words, I think he's the reason for the yellow walls. If my theory's right, then before 1972, no one had any interaction with the complex. Then Ivan's injured and he becomes the first prototype that the complex maps its system off of. Remember how Kane said and then deleted that he said that Ivan was born in Czechoslovakia? Well, he's also mentioned that the yellow wallpaper design comes from Europe. And if you find the source for this kind of yellow wallpaper, most of them originate in castles in Europe. I think before
hold up. This is the original wallpaper yellow.
Yeah. So all of them in Europe though. Makes sense though.
Ivan reached out to touch it, the complex was just a nothingness, a void of energy beyond the veil. As soon as Ivan broke the glass and let that veil in, he was the first thing it touched. And when it did, he became the first blueprint. The complex didn't get a good or stable look, but somewhere in Ivan's past, I guarantee you, he's seen yellow wallpaper with fluorescent lights. And that's all the complex had to work with for decades until Async showed up again. So that's what it did, over and over and over. The first time I ever spoke to Kane, when I made the first Backrooms video, I asked Kane who the protagonist of the series was, and he said Ivan Beck. Now with the hindsight we have, that makes sense. But then I asked him who the antagonist of the series was, and he once again said Ivan Beck. According to you, who would you say the protagonist of the series is, if any at all?
Let me think. I have an answer, but it might not make sense. But I think that's why it is a good answer, and the answer is Ivan Beck.
Ooh, all right. Who, if any, is the antagonist of the series? Or what?
Ivan Beck.
Ah! I think that makes sense. Ivan Beck is the agent at the back of all this. He's the one compelling the government to fund Async, his company, to push forward into the complex. And with that, he is both the captain leading the charge and the captain driving sailors to their death. He is the hero and the monster of his own story. Something Kane has talked about a lot is he doesn't like to think of Async as evil, per se. Sure, they've done wrong things like their handling of Peter and whatnot, but just as we did with the sea, just as we did with the moon, if humanity discovered something like this, how are we not going to reach out and touch it? They're scientists. They want to know what's beyond the veil, wouldn't we all? But perhaps their desperation to do something understandable will lead them and all of humanity to a horrible place.
A lot of what we see out of Async in the YouTube series is them disregarding the dangers of it. Basically, like them getting into trouble because they don't fully understand what they're tampering with. So is that kind of theme going to be continuous through the movie? I guess so, if it ties into the series.
I would say the ideas that you just brought up are for sure on display there. I would say what it really is the inclination to sort of look around a corner and dig for what's next. Because for me, I deeply hesitate on condemning human beings for that trait, but I think every single thing is pretty much broken down into what happens next. Like needing to cross an ocean, needing to again, like look around a corner, needing to just go too far sometimes, even if it comes out in ways that seem benign or naturalistic in some way. It's always the same trait. And I would say very much so, like the Backrooms in particular, I view it in the context of the series as a neutral technology that's not inherently anything.
I think we're going to see more of Ivan as the series goes forward. I do not think, however, that we're going to see that much of Ivan in the movie. I don't know this. Like I said, I don't have any...
No.
Nah,
I wish
you
it could be a main antagonist, dude. No.
Oh wait, but he could be he appear as a cameo in the end of the movie, I bet.
We never know who is behind all the. We know who is. Ivan is a protagonist and antagonist, that he is controlled to it, in the ancient institution that he wants to bring it all back, bring it all in, or something like that. I just think that it has to be more information about a new upcoming movie, Hanson. So we have to figure out the purpose of it. You know.
I know, right, bro?
Yep.
Secret information as far as Ivan's concerned. I just cannot see how a succinct 2.5 hour movie, whatever, will manage to get across all of that in a satisfying way and become an Ivan Beck narrative. I think Ivan Beck is being saved for the web series, as it should. If not, then good luck explaining to your mom how solar storms affect magnetism in the theater next month. I think the story we'll see in the movie will certainly connect, but I don't think we're going to see the conclusion of Ivan Beck's character or get a whole grand arc about him. He'll probably get mentioned, which would be cool and would make me happy, but I don't want to see a resolution there. There's a couple things with Ivan Beck's character that I can't nail down yet. For example, at the end of I Remember, we see that picture of the server room, and there's also an image of computers or servers for the cover image on the track overlooking the sea. And I think that one's pretty self-evident. The sea is the back room, so overlooking the sea, the image is the systems that keep the threshold open. But I'm not sure what the server room is with the line, "You have always been here." Perhaps it's recorded data from the back rooms. Perhaps it's the computers that were a part of the first threshold. A lot of people will point to this.
Maybe I thought it'll be a part of the first threshold, though. Chat could be more likely to the back rooms, though.
I know, right?
To tie back into the simulation theory that "you have always been here" meant you're always in a computer. But again, I think that's lame. Again, I'm making a lot of inferences off of things I think up until now, but there's some stuff that we just don't have the pieces for yet. So what do I think we're going to see out of the Backrooms movie? Well, like I said, I haven't been told anything directly. As a matter of fact, Kane's lied to me a lot so that I can't do that.
Bro.
But what I do have is a trailer, and I think that trailer gives us a lot to work with.
Oh,
there are
yeah,
currently
this is a
2
good part,
trailers and a short ARG associated with the film. In the first trailer, the teaser trailer, we see a room in our reality
Oh,
Let's go.
is this the last? Is this the end right there of the Backrooms energy?
Yeah, now talk about the movie trailer.
Let's see. Just make sure. Did he talk
Yeah, I think it
about?
was.
Yep, he did talk about it. Okay. All right. Maybe I have enough for today. I had to stop right there at right here. He done. He already done. He already done a lot of background series entirely. That is
I mean, he did
crazy
a pretty good
nuts,
job explaining it, though. He did a pretty good explaining it.
dude. I can actually hardly little understand what he's trying to say. Um, but man, congrats, Wendigoons.
I mean, he talked about the creator though, so he got some either bit insight.
Hmm. Can't wait for the tomorrow, Hanson.
Yeah, bro. You finished the rest of the video. Speculation, the trader.
Wow. All right. So that is pretty much it. I really wanted to continue watching tomorrow for the A24 trailer theory. I just want to think about like these theories are like coming all together in my mind, and I assume there's gonna be big structures that coming along with it. And what I mean by that is like it's going to
Mhm.
be nuts, you know.
Yeah, I would agree, bro.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of weekend though, but we gotta figure it
Yeah.
out. We have time
There's
to
all.
figure out what it is.
Yeah, all we do is wait one more week, bro. Wait one more week until the movie come out.
Man, like I'm starting to think that could be um I don't know what to say. I have no words. It it would be happy if it would be happy if there's a secret ending at the end of at the ending of the credit scenes. I was sure this might be a post credit.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Post credit scene.
Might be a hidden message or it could be a final message. If we know about, then we know exactly what it is. So problem solved. Until later now we know what it is. So
Mhm.
that's gonna be that's gonna be uh a great finale there. You know what I'm saying, Henson?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro.
So what do you think about this video?
It's been good, you know, like he's made the Backroom series, King Pistol series very well, you know. I can tell he's a big fan of Backroom, bro. Big fan. He's like,
And what else do you want to say about about the viewers?
uh, appreciate staying sticking with us until the end, though. Very long video, though, but it's worth it. Very entertaining video.
It's worth of watching the 2 hours of video though as we stopped.
If you're on the
Damn.
floor, though, yeah, bro.
But yeah. By the way, I'm almost kind of sleepy right now. Not gonna lie to you, Henson.
Oh, you want to
Until
call
now
it a day?
later, huh?
Oh, you saying want to call it a day? Yeah, take a rest.
Yeah. I will also I wanted to like make a long stream tomorrow. Basically, it's only a half an hour. It's done. From the video. I wanted to like I just wanted to show. I just want to like basically want to show you the video of the backrooms footage though, which is why not just
Mhm.
bring back the old days of memories though.
Mhm.
Why not? I thought that we could react to some videos though of backrooms when we're done watching the theories.
True though.
So you're down for that?
I'm down.
All right. All right. I'll think about the rescheduling tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure I'll stick to the 2 p.m.
Oh sure.
About your church, right?
Yeah, I still have church in the morning though. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Edson. Hanson, I will see you tomorrow. So hopefully we have time.
Sure though. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. Too, bro.
Alright, have a good one, man.
You want to, bro?
Chad, I know it's gonna be a long day, but it is what it is. So Chad, I really do appreciate it if you are watching my stream, but I know it's gonna be a long day, but yeah. It's a crazy day, so you know what I'm saying, Chad? It is a lot. It's a lot of recording to the recent series. I know I know it's like 3 hours long, but hey, it's time to, like, discussion about what's the purpose of the back rooms. No, what is the meaning of the back rooms? So basically, so yeah, when I sure that it could be an added bag is a protagonist and antagonist, though they're like coming all together. So I was hoping that he was there at the movie, but nah, I don't think he's in it. With that being said, Chad, thank you guys so much for watching, and but yeah, 4 hours recording, that's crazy. And Chad, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel if you guys want to see my social medias, which is in link in my bio descriptions, and check them out if you will. But yeah, I posted shorts. I post announcements on Twitter. If you guys wanna check them out, make sure to check them out as well. But yeah, Chad, thank you guys so much for watching my stream. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. So take care, y'all, and have a good one.